As Huang Yuanming and the other cultivators cautiously faced Han Li, their gazes involuntarily darted toward the pool. The pool, which had originally been half full, now had only a thin, pathetic layer of water left after Han Li had fallen into it. The three elders felt an intense pang of regret, but facing someone as powerful as Han Li, they could only force a smile and pretend not to notice, lest they offend him and bring disaster upon their families. When Han Li evaporated the water from his clothes, he also detected the strange fragrance of the spiritual spring. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to glance at the pool. This seemingly casual glance made the three elders extremely anxious. If this precious spring, which they had guarded for so many years, caught Han Li's attention, they would have no choice but to offer it to him, despite their reluctance. However, Han Li only gave the pool a quick look without showing any sign of greed. He turned back to the three elders and said calmly, "I've been away from the world for quite some time and am unfamiliar with recent events in Tiannan. Could you update me on the major happenings in recent years?" "Of course, Senior. If you don't mind, please come to our Huang family's main hall. We can serve you tea, and I'll answer any questions you have," Huang Yuanming responded respectfully, relieved that Han Li wasn't interested in their spring. The other two elders also sighed in relief. "All right, I do have many questions. I will accept your hospitality," Han Li said, nodding after a brief consideration, noticing the young disciples of the three families. "It's an honor for our Huang family to host a senior like you," Huang Yuanming said joyfully. He then instructed a few disciples to hurry back and make preparations to ensure Han Li was properly accommodated. He personally led Han Li to the buildings in the middle of the mountain. The other two elders, after giving some instructions to their clansmen, hurried to catch up, staying close to Han Li. It's rare to see three families living so closely together, Han Li remarked curiously as they walked. "Senior, we had no other choice but to settle here together due to the harsh conditions elsewhere," Huang Yuanming replied with a bitter smile. "I noticed that some of your young disciples have good potential. Why haven't you sent them to the major sects? Even if they can't become core disciples, they could still serve as outer disciples," Han Li asked, puzzled. "Senior, you may not know, but although there are many cultivation sects in Dongyu country, most have fixed sources for their disciples, often controlled by powerful families. Our small families aren't even considered. Even if we have outstanding disciples, we can't easily send them to these sects as our families still need their support," explained the chubby elder with a hint of helplessness. Han Li's eyes flickered, and he nodded, not asking further questions as they neared a cluster of pavilions. The elder led Han Li to the tallest pavilion, where 2 rows of young disciples were waiting respectfully. "Senior, please come in. Our Linglin Mountain doesn't produce many spiritual herbs or fruits, but we have a decent spiritual tea that you might enjoy," Huang Yuanming said as he ushered Han Li into the hall. Han Li entered without hesitation. The hall wasn't large, about 20 or 30 feet in area, but it was ample for a small family. Under the respectful gazes of the three elders, Han Li calmly sat in the main seat, while the elders stood before him, not daring to sit. A beautiful female disciple served Han Li a cup of fragrant tea before retreating. Han Li took a sip, finding it initially bitter but soon followed by a pleasant, fragrant taste. "Not bad, this is indeed a rare tea," Han Li remarked with a slight smile. "Senior, you seem unfamiliar to us. Are you not from Dongyu country?" the chubby elder asked curiously. "Indeed, I am not from Dongyu country. You needn't worry. I will leave once I've learned what I need to know and won't overstay my welcome," Han Li responded, his expression indifferent. "We are honored to have you, Senior. We would never think of asking you to leave," Huang Yuanming said hurriedly, his face changing in alarm. "All right, I understand your concerns. I, too, was once a low-level cultivator. I know your worries and hopes. If your answers satisfy me, I might reward you. After all, meeting me is a rare opportunity," Han Li said with a faint smile, putting the elders at ease. "What would you like to know, Senior? Our families may be small, but we keep informed about many things," Huang Yuanming said eagerly. "Tell me about the last opening of Demonfall Valley. Since you're so close to Changzhou, you should know something about it," Han Li said calmly. "Demonfall Valley? Of course, Senior. 20-some years ago, when the Ghost Spirit sect found a safe way to enter the valley, hundreds of core formation cultivators went in search of ancient treasures. However, the valley was perilous. Many high-level cultivators perished due to the valley's restrictions and spatial rifts. Less than half of those who entered returned. The Ghost Spirit sect inadvertently released two ancient demonic beasts capable of devouring nascent souls. Their sect leader and many others died. A coalition led by top cultivators, including Wei Senior and a Mulan Divine Master, managed to kill one beast, but the other escaped the valley, Huang Yuanming recounted. "What happened to the escaped demon?" Han Li asked, his expression darkening. "The demon caused havoc across Tiannan, attacking and devouring high-level cultivators to restore its energy. In about a year, it killed 6 or 7 nascent soul cultivators. Only then did the top cultivators, including those from the Mulan people, form a demon-slaying squad. The demon was cunning, avoiding direct confrontations and targeting lone cultivators. It even attacked the Mulan, prompting them to join the hunt. Eventually, they cornered it in Liuhun Mountain of the Fengdu country. After a fierce battle involving 2 great cultivators and a Mulan Divine Master, they finally killed it. The battle was so intense that the mountain was leveled, Huang Yuanming finished, his face showing a trace of fear. Upon hearing this, Han Li was equally shocked. 3 late Yuan Wying stage cultivators joining forces to deal with an ancient demon seemed unable to take it down in a short time. This demon, having restored its vitality, probably possessed abilities equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator. Was this demon completely eliminated in that battle? Han Li asked calmly. We juniors are not sure about that. Some say that the demon died a miserable death on the spot under the siege of the cultivators, while others claim it used unimaginable secret techniques to escape from the encirclement. Our clan's capabilities are limited, and we cannot verify the truth of this matter. However, after that siege, this demon indeed vanished without a trace from southern skies. It probably has truly perished. Huang Yuanming hesitated for a moment before speculating. Perished? Han Li rubbed his chin, and after a brief thought, he was not convinced. If the demon had truly been killed, Wei Wuyan and the others wouldn't have concealed it like this. Most likely, something unexpected happened, leading to confusion between truth and falsehood, deliberately avoiding clarification. However, the demon's disappearance afterward was indeed strange. Could it be that it was severely injured in the battle and had to hide to recover, or did it simply leave the southern skis altogether? Han Li considered both possibilities, unable to determine which was more likely, and temporarily set aside the matter. Huang Taoist friend, aside from the falling Devil Valley and the demon, what other major events have occurred in the past 20 years? Regardless of which country's affairs, I'd like to hear about them. Han Li calmly inquired about other matters. In recent years, there have indeed been some other events, but compared to the falling Devil Valley incident, they are hardly worth mentioning. The only other noteworthy event, which also caused quite a stir, was shortly after the demon disappeared. A strange large whirlpool suddenly appeared near the coastline of the boundless sea, adjacent to the Zai Kingdom. This whirlpool spouted a large amount of spiritual energy, which began to purify the nearby sea surface of the boundless sea. Moreover, 7 small islands emerged from the sea floor around this whirlpool, each radiating abundant spiritual veins, rarely seen. Regarding the ownership of these islands, the 3 major cultivators once again jointly convened an island-seizing conference. Many sects participated, and as a result, the 7 great immortal sects obtained ownership of these small islands. It is said that the whirlpool is unfathomable, and many cultivators have ventured into it to explore. However, as soon as they dive deeper into the whirlpool, they encounter immense pressure, which increases with depth, making it unbearable. It is said that even Senior Ziyang once ventured deep into it. However, after reaching a depth of about 3,000 zhang, he could not withstand the overwhelming pressure and had to return empty-handed. Huang Yuanming recalled and immediately recounted this information. A large whirlpool. Is such a thing possible? A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he asked in amazement. How could this junior dare to deceive senior? This matter caused quite a sensation for several years before gradually calming down. Senior can easily verify its truth by asking others, Huang Yuanming replied with a smile. Han Li nodded slightly, quite interested in this matter, but continued to inquire about other things, especially the movements of the Murin people and the interactions between the righteous and demonic paths in recent years, asking meticulously. Huang Yuanming and the other 2 were equally forthcoming, without any intention of hiding anything. Huang Yuanming mainly answered all the questions, while the other 2 elders occasionally added some points to ensure Han Li's satisfaction. Before long, after hearing all the narratives from the 3 of them, Han Li showed a satisfied expression on his face. He casually brushed his sleeves on the table, and after a flash of green light, a pair of golden short halberds appeared on the table. I am grateful to the 3 Taoist friends for explaining so much to Han. There's nothing too valuable that I have. Please accept these pair of broken gold halberds as a gift, Han Li said calmly. With their combined influence, they did have a few high-grade spiritual weapons. However, collectively, they only had a few, each one treasured. Now, with just a few words to Han Li, they effortlessly obtained such treasures, naturally overwhelmed with surprise and joy. This pair of broken gold halberds, though they are only upper-grade spiritual weapons, if used together, they are no worse than top-grade spiritual weapons. I came across them by chance many years ago and found them intriguing, so I've kept them until now. Giving them to you all doesn't mean they are wasted. Hee. I've already given you the benefits, so I won't stay long. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows. Han Li explained the power of the halberds briefly, chuckled softly, and then his spiritual light burst forth, transforming into a cyan rainbow that shot out of the hall. After a few flickers, he disappeared without a trace. The 3 old men were stunned. They hadn't expected Han Li to leave so abruptly without any hesitation. They had a lot of words of gratitude on their lips, but they swallowed them back. Soon, the gaze of the 3 men simultaneously fell on the golden halberds on the table. This senior is indeed generous to give away such upper-grade spiritual weapons so easily. The round-faced old man muttered as he stared at the halberds. It depends on who it is. Upper-grade spiritual weapons are naturally rare treasures for us. But for this senior, they are probably of little importance. The white-robed elder, who spoke the least among them, suddenly said with a hint of amusement, "Wang Xing, what do you mean? From your tone, it sounds like you recognize this senior." Huang Yuanming's heart stirred, unable to refrain from asking. The round-faced old man also looked at the white-robed elder in surprise. "Huang Xing, you're both sharp and obtuse." This person came asking about the falling Devil Valley and the demon, possessing such high cultivation at such a young age, and claiming the surname Han. Don't you know who he is? Don't forget, during the siege of the 2 demons in the falling Devil Valley, besides the Yuan Wying cultivator who died in battle, wasn't there also a famous figure who disappeared? The white-robed elder said with a bitter smile. You mean that person, Senior Han. Huang Yuanming was reminded and exclaimed with a changed expression. The round-faced elder also realized and was equally shocked. Now that you 2 elders understand my meaning, this senior is just a step below the 3 major cultivators, hence his generosity, the white-robed elder said. Listening to Wang Xing's words, it indeed seems very likely. However, whether he is Senior Han or not, it doesn't make much difference to us. Even if we wanted to align ourselves with him, such a high-level cultivator wouldn't pay attention to our minor clans. It's already a pleasant surprise to receive 2 upper-grade spiritual weapons this time. I suppose this senior gave them to us as compensation for the damaged spirit spring. Let's discuss how to handle these broken gold halberds now. Huang Yuanming sighed after a moment of silence, with a hint of resignation in his words. Although the opportunity was rare, figures like Han Li were far beyond their reach. Therefore, despite their regret, there was nothing to regret. Upon hearing Huang Yuanming mention the broken gold halberds, the other two elders temporarily set aside the issue of Han Li's identity and turned their attention to the halberds. After all, the ownership and use of the present spiritual weapons were tangible benefits. The three of them immediately began a lengthy discussion about the halberd's ownership and usage. Without mentioning the discussion among the three clan elders regarding the distribution of the treasures, Han Li naturally had no idea that he had been recognized by those three old men, as he had long since appeared more than 100 miles away. This time, he had finally come out of the spatial rift, and fortunately, he had not immediately rushed to the eastern Yuzhou region. After all, the instability of the rift made his whereabouts unpredictable. Even if he ended up thousands of miles away, there was nothing surprising about it. "Kid, where are you planning to go next? Are you heading straight back to the Fallen Cloud sect? Don't forget, I still need the materials for the puppet refinement you promised. There are still some missing. They must be collected." The great might god lord's voice suddenly echoed in Han Li's mind. "I'm well aware of this. However, the materials you requested are extremely rare and hard to find in the world. I doubt they can be collected even throughout the entire southern region. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short time." Hanley furrowed his brows and said somewhat helplessly, "HMPH, do you think I can wait another 70 to 80 years? If the materials can't be found in the southern region, then go to the Great Jin. As long as you have enough spirit stones, what kind of rare materials can't you find there? Let me make it clear to you now. If you fail to refine the puppet in front of me after my spirit dissipates, I would rather destroy the refining method than leave it to you," the great might god lord said, somewhat annoyed. "Don't worry. I'll make a trip to Great Jin as you suggested. As you said before, my body was originally too tainted with evil energy. Using the blood demon sword repeatedly has deeply embedded me with demonic energy. If I don't remove it early, it will not only gradually damage my body, but also hinder my progress when I reach the Midyuan Wying stage," Hanley sighed and said with frustration. "As long as you know, I found it strange when I first saw you. How could someone so young be so deeply tainted with evil energy? I wasn't exactly soft-hearted back then. At that time, my body was less than 10% as evil as yours. It's really incredible. You might as well change your cultivation method to the demonic path. This evil energy might even help you advance. Of course, when you finally ascend to the nascent soul stage, you won't be ascending to the spiritual realm, but to the ancient demon realm. The great might god lord seemed to be somewhat capricious." At this point, his voice contained a sneer, and he even teased Han Li. "Turning into some monstrous creature like an ancient demon is not something I'm interested in," Han Li said coldly. "Young Han, do you really think all ancient demons look bizarre?" The great emperors fell silent for a moment, his tone becoming somewhat peculiar. "What do you mean by that, Senior? If one becomes an ancient demon, wouldn't they just become a monster from another realm? How could they maintain their human form?" Hanley frowned, questioning back. "You've got it wrong. According to the records I've seen, human cultivators ascending to the demon realm, even if they become members of ancient demons, do not undergo any change in appearance. Of course, if they use demonic techniques for transformation, that's a different matter. During the final battles between ancient cultivators and ancient demons, there were a few cultivators who succumbed to the lure of higher-ranking ancient demons and directly became members through a method of demonic possession. This made the final battles even more intense. It is said that these individuals, after being demonized, still retained their human appearance and consciousness, willingly serving those higher-ranking ancient demons. Who knows what secrets lie behind this? It was only after this that rumors began to circulate that human cultivators who mastered ancient demonic techniques would automatically ascend to the ancient demon realm upon reaching the highest level of cultivation. As for those ancient demons with bizarre appearances, they can be divided into two types. One is the original demons from the ancient demon realm, the highest beings known as the sacred ancestors or similar. These demons are extremely rare but terrifying. Even now, some demonic cultivators practicing ancient demonic techniques continue to invoke the names of these ancient demons in order to successfully cast their spells using demonic energy. The other type consists of certain demon clans from our human realm who, after practicing demonic techniques, ascended to the ancient demon realm on their own. The original forms of these demons were never human, so naturally, they became monstrous after becoming ancient demons. Demon clans, how is that possible? How did they manage to practice ancient demonic techniques, right? Don't ask me about that. I'm just as puzzled. The ancient records I read didn't provide much detail on this, just that some ancient demon clans had contact with demons much earlier than we humans did. You might find the answers to these specifics when you go to Dajin. After all, that place preserves some of the oldest records of our human realm. Hanley's expression fluctuated uncertainly. He thought of the Vajra true fragment, said to be an ancestral treasure of the demon clan, in his storage bag. The martial arts on it, with its three-headed, six-armed technique, looked remarkably similar to the ancient demonic dual-headed four-armed technique. Could there be some unknown connection between the two? After pondering silently for a while, Hanley suddenly chuckled helplessly. Even if there were secrets between demon clans and ancient demons, what did that have to do with him? He wasn't the type to meddle in everything and want to understand everything. Some things were better left a bit blurry and less complicated. Moreover, the Vajra true fragment in his possession was just a fragment, and even if there were a complete set of demonic techniques from the demon clan, he wouldn't idle away time practicing them. Even the Kingyuan sword art would take years to master. Furthermore, since this martial art is connected to the demon clans, it's not suitable for human cultivation. Hanley shook his head, disregarding the matters of the demon clan and the Vajra true fragment, turning to another issue of greater concern. As for the puppet matter, you needn't worry. Whether I go to Dajin or not, I will naturally collect the materials for you. However, 2 years ago, you told me that the method of refining the 7-flame fan had already been roughly understood. Shouldn't it be completely resolved by now? If the refining method is available, why not give it to me to refine it? My flying sword has been missing 2 handles and can't form a sword formation. Han Li didn't beat around the bush, directly addressing the topic. After more than 20 years of getting along, he and the great emperors had become quite understanding of each other, and their relationship had become much more relaxed than before, and even sometimes they looked like half-master and half-friend. In the refining method of the 7-flame fan, I have reduced the materials that cannot be found now and replaced those that can be replaced. But I have come up with a way. Whether it can be successful, I can't be sure. But the fan originally needed 81 kinds of fire spiritual materials to be refined. I changed it to 31 kinds. Of course, the power also dropped by half. The great emperor did not cover up directly and told Han Li the details. It doesn't matter if the power drops a little. If the Chutian Lingbao is really as powerful as the legendary stories, the imitative 3-flame fan is definitely not a simple repairman, said Han Li, sighing. I will copy the refining method into this jade slip for you to study. However, even though it's an imitation, there are still a few materials that are not easy to find. I estimate that it will still take some effort to gather everything needed to refine this fan, the great emperor said calmly. Then Han Li opened the lid of the bamboo tube behind him, and a white light shot out. With a flick of his hand behind his head, he caught it, a white jade slip. Han Li calmly immersed his divine sense into it, roughly scanning through it. His brow furrowed inadvertently. As for the other items, it's okay as long as we spend some time gathering them and refining the materials. But these Haeyang bird long feathers and red fire crocodile scales are things that are hard to find. Where can we find them? At the very least, we haven't heard of 2 such things appearing in the southern heaven. These 2 materials are already the easiest replacements I can think of. As for the other things, there's not even a trace of hope. Among them, the Haeyang bird long feathers, when the great emperor visited Dajin in the past, had once seen a young female cultivator from Yuyang Palace who had raised such a spirit. Even if the original Haeyang bird is gone, I'm sure its descendants must have left behind, and you might want to go and ask to see. As for the red fire crocodile, it's up to you to have the opportunity. But if you go to Dajin, it shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully so. But before leaving Dongyu country, there's one more thing I must do. I need to visit the outskirts of the Fallen Devil Valley first, Han Li calmly stated after storing away the jade slip. Go to the Fallen Devil Valley? What do you mean? The great emperors were startled by this statement, showing some surprise. Don't worry. I'm not planning to intrude into the valley. Do you remember my heaven extinction corpse? As soon as it emerged from the crack earlier, I immediately sensed through a secret technique that it hadn't been destroyed. Naturally, I have to go and see if it's still trapped inside the fallen devil valley, and if I can summon it out, Han Li explained. With that said, Han Li didn't speak further. His speed suddenly increased, transforming into a streak of green light and tearing through the sky. Upon entering Changzhou, Han Li immediately returned to the entrance of the fallen Devil Valley in the 10,000 Peaks Mountains. After lingering there for 2 days, Han Li finally confirmed that the Heaven Extinction Corpse was indeed still alive in the valley. However, it seemed to be trapped somewhere. No matter how Han Li used his techniques to urge it, it couldn't leave the valley to meet him. After hesitating for half a day, Han Li could only leave the place somewhat gloomily. It seemed that he would have to wait until the next opening of the fallen Devil Valley. If the corpse hadn't perished by then, he could attempt to rescue it. 2 months later, Han Li's figure finally appeared near Mount Yunmeng. Just as he approached the main gate of the falling cloud sect, he encountered several disciples patrolling the area. These disciples were naturally thrilled to see Han Li and quickly sent out a messaging talisman to the 2 elders in the sect. Not long after, all the disciples of the falling cloud sect flew out of the sect to welcome Han Li, the renowned senior elder. Leading them was Senior Cheng and Lu Luo. Upon seeing Han Li, both of them naturally wore expressions of delight and surprise. Without saying much, the 2 hurriedly welcomed Han Li into the sect and asked the other disciples to leave first. Han Junior brother, I knew with your supernatural powers, nothing would happen to you. But since you're fine, why didn't you return to our sect earlier? It made senior brothers here worry so much. In the main hall of the falling cloud sect, after Han Li and the others were seated, Senior Cheng complained with a hint of reproach. Yes, junior brother, if you had returned earlier, senior brothers wouldn't have been so anxious. Lu Luo also spoke with a smile, genuine joy evident on his face. Both senior brothers must have missed me too much. I've been trapped and couldn't escape from a spatial crack. I only just managed to come out recently and rushed back here immediately, Han Li said, pursing his lips with a helpless look on his face. Regardless, it's enough that junior brother Han has returned safely. Speaking of which, I haven't thanked junior brother for saving me. If it weren't for junior brother's rescue in the valley, I would have turned into a pile of bones long ago. The elder stood up from his chair, bowed deeply to Han Li, and said sincerely, It's nothing. Since joining the falling cloud sect, senior brother Cheng has always taken great care of me, which I have always remembered in my heart. When I saw senior brother Cheng in danger, how could I not lend a hand? Han Li smiled faintly, equally sincere in his words. But such trivial matters cannot compare to saving a life. Junior brother must still be concerned about Miss Nangong, right? Junior brother, rest assured, Miss Nangong is safe and sound in the ice, the elder said, knowing well what Han Li was most concerned about and revealing this information to reassure him. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At that moment, Lu Luo suddenly scrutinized Han Li carefully, his face showing a trace of disbelief. Junior brother, You've actually advanced to the middle stage of nascent soul. When did this happen? It's incredible. Did Junior Brother encounter some extraordinary opportunities in the fallen Devil Valley? Upon hearing Lu Luo's words, Senior Cheng was also taken aback and hurriedly scanned Han Li with his divine sense. He found that Han Li's aura was restrained, surrounded by a clear shimmer, clearly showing the appearance of advancing to the middle stage of nascent soul. He couldn't help but stay stunned. I knew both Senior Brother's discernment was as sharp as a torch, and you would quickly see it. Junior Brother indeed had some fortuitous encounters in the fallen Devil Valley, which led to his advancement after a period of arduous cultivation. To advance so quickly to the middle stage of nascent soul is something even I didn't expect. But if it weren't for knowing that Wanner had you two looking after her, I would have been extremely anxious after being trapped for so many years. How could I have had the peace of mind to calmly cultivate? I'm truly grateful to both Senior Brothers. Han Li sighed and expressed his gratitude to the two with clasped hands. Junior Brother, what are you saying? Since Miss Nangong recognized me as her big brother, taking care of her is only natural. Besides, the so-called caretaking didn't actually help much. It only left our younger siblings trapped in ice. I feel quite ashamed. Senior Cheng finally recovered from his shock at Han Li's advancement and quickly responded humbly. Junior Brother, advancing to the middle stage of nascent soul, with less than 300 years of life expectancy, would surely shock the entire southern heaven. It seems that not to mention the later stage of nascent soul, Junior Brother even has a great chance of advancing to the deity transformation stage. Lu Luo couldn't help but exclaim with envy. His words were filled with admiration. With Han Li's terrifying speed of advancement, in the history of Southern Heaven's cultivation world, there were probably only a few who could match him. Such a cultivation speed had little to do with personal aptitude and was mostly due to personal opportunities and fate, which couldn't be forced. Han Li naturally humbled himself with a few words, then deliberately changed the subject and asked about the events that occurred in the fallen Devil Valley after his disappearance. The information he obtained from those who witnessed the battle firsthand was naturally much more accurate than the rumors from others. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the elder couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that after Han Li was swallowed by the spatial crack, the other ancient demon was extremely furious. At the critical moment when the elder felt that his life was in danger, other cultivators happened to arrive. Even with the combined efforts of those who arrived first and Wei Wuyan, they still couldn't subdue the other ancient demon transformed into a twin-headed, four-armed form, and were soon in a precarious situation. At a critical moment, the group of Murin people finally arrived. As a result, under the joint efforts of both sides, they finally trapped the demon. After a fierce battle, with the assistance of the Murin sacred beast summoned by the Murin woman with the surname La, they finally severely injured the demon. Even Murin's primordial divine master managed to sever one of its heads. However, the ancient demon managed to escape. In this battle, Several nascent soul cultivators fell, and even senior sister Nangong's sister was hit directly by the demon's frenzy in the final struggle, and even the nascent soul was reduced to ashes. The situation of Lao Zai was a little better, but his body was destroyed, and only the nascent soul was lucky enough to escape. The most unfortunate were the disciples of the Ghost Gate, and the old man named Zhang, who had been killed directly by the ancient demon. Most of the Ghost Door Valley monks, except for the few who were able to reach the foundation, could not be said to be surprised. Hanley chatted a little longer with the two before finally mentioning that he had found a good medicine in the fallen Devil Valley. He intended to try to lift the curse on Nangong Wan. Upon hearing this, the two were delighted. If Nangong Wan could return to normal, the strength of their Loyun sect would naturally increase significantly. They didn't have the heart to continue chatting and immediately accompanied Han Li to the forbidden area. At the entrance of the forbidden area, Senior Cheng and the other senior brother voluntarily stopped and said they would guard the place themselves, reassuring Han Li to proceed with lifting the curse. Han Li thanked them and walked in alone. Soon, his figure appeared in front of the stone door of the secret room. Glancing at the restrictions outside the stone door, Hanley noticed that they hadn't been triggered since he last left. It seemed that Senior Cheng and the others had only probed Nangong Wan's condition with their divine sense and hadn't broken into the forbidden area again. This made Han Li even more satisfied with their actions. He didn't hesitate, thanked them verbally, and quietly entered. A short while later, he stood before the sealed ice wall in the secret chamber. Thanks to the moonstone embedded in the ceiling, the room wasn't dim at all. Due to the presence of restrictions, the room remained as clean as ever, without a speck of dust. The ice wall flickered with a faint spiritual light, and Nangong Wan, still in her childish appearance, remained sealed within it, her eyes closed tightly, her face pale. A trace of pity crossed Hanley's face as he walked a few steps and stopped about 10 feet away from the ice wall. Gazing at Nangong Wan's pale face, Han Li's eyes were filled with complex emotions at this moment. Standing still and staring blankly at Nangong Wan sealed in the ice, he sighed after some time passed. He patted his waist pouch, and a jade box appeared in his hand out of thin air. With one hand holding the jade box, Han Li lightly flicked the lid with a finger. The lid bounced open, revealing a thumb-sized red spherical object inside, which was the demon core of a fire-toad beast. This demon core, nestled in the immaculate jade box, intermittently emitted a mysterious and splendid red light. Hanley carefully observed the demon core for a while with narrowed eyes, then suddenly opened his mouth. A faint green aura enveloped the demon core, lifting it gently into the air. Han Li then floated towards the ice wall. At this moment, a low incantation sounded, and a spell struck the ice wall. The blue light of the ice wall flashed, and the demon core seamlessly merged into the thick ice wall, flying towards Nangong Wan's lips. Han Li aimed a finger calmly at Nangong Wan. her lips, like a puppet's, half opened. Seizing this opportunity, the demon core instantly flew into her mouth. Immediately, a faint red light shrouded Nangong Wan's pale face, but her eyes, with long eyelashes, remained tightly closed without any signs of awakening. Han Li sighed. He knew this matter couldn't be rushed. Even if the demon core was effective, it would take more than 10 days to half a month to lift the soul-sealing curse. However, Han Li didn't leave immediately. He simply stood quietly in front of the ice wall, gazing at Nangong Wan without saying a word. For some reason, the stunning scene of their first meeting flashed through his mind. Time passed slowly. Han Li's figure remained motionless in front of the ice wall. Half a day later, Han Li calmly walked out of the secret chamber door. After reactivating the restriction, he retraced his steps. Senior Cheng and Lu Luo were still guarding outside the forbidden area. They naturally asked a few concerned questions when they saw Han Li come out. Han Li forced a smile and simply said he needed to observe for a few more days to see if the soul-sealing curse could truly be lifted. Due to days of travel, Han Li was a bit tired and didn't continue chatting with them. He bid farewell and returned to his cave residence. After all, there was plenty of time in the future to discuss things slowly. Han Li transformed into a cyan rainbow and flew straight towards the submother peak. In their previous conversation, he had learned that despite his disappearance for over 20 years, his cave residence had remained intact under the strict orders of the elders and Lu Luo. As for his concubine, Mu Paling, she had continued to reside in the subpeak. The elders had taken good care of her. Now, she was already at the false core stage of cultivation, and with only a few years of cultivation, she could start attempting to form her core. This was quite an unexpected joy. Han Li's heart moved upon hearing this. Naturally, he thought of the dual cultivation technique of the upside-down phoenix cultivation art. Knowing that there were various spirit pills and rare medicines that could increase the success rate of core formation, and considering her excellent aptitude, as long as he devoted all his efforts to help her form her core, she would have at least a 70% chance of success. Unexpectedly, another opportunity had arisen in the fallen Devil Valley, allowing him to break through this bottleneck before she could even attempt core formation. As a result, this deviated from his original plan. However, that was okay. The dual cultivation technique of the upside-down phoenix cultivation art was also useful for breaking through to the later stages of nascent soul. Of course, cultivating this technique would require deeper understanding. She would also need to reach the later stages of core formation to benefit from it. However, the original plan of allowing her to cultivate this technique for decades, picking her Yuan Yin body at any time, had to be changed. After all, under normal circumstances, he might not reach the top stage of the later stages of years. Such a long time, so he would need to cultivate Mu Paling in the ways of the upside-down phoenix cultivation art. After all, the technique wasn't top tier, so it might take years for her to cultivate to the later stages of the core formation without the aid of elixirs. Han Li thought for a moment, and after a short flight, he arrived in front of the submother peak. Looking at the cloud-sealed restriction in front of the peak, Han Li smiled faintly. With a flick of his sleeve, the dense fog split apart, creating a path for him. He leisurely flew towards the main peak. Nothing had changed within the cave residence. Even the tricolored, devouring gold bugs that Han Li had left behind to guard the mansion were still condensed into a tricolored sphere, hanging high in the middle of the hall, unmoving. The heavenly mystery, immortal vine, and the 9-curve spirit ginseng transplanted in the medicine garden were also completely unharmed, as if Han Li had only departed yesterday. As for the remnants of the heavenly mystery immortal vine, Han Li didn't hold much hope for its revival. However, the 9-curve spirit ginseng was extraordinarily precious. It was an extinct spiritual medicine from the outside world, already sentient and possessing a physical form, making it even rarer and more exceptional. If it weren't inconvenient to carry the spirit ginseng around, Han Li would have preferred to transplant it and carry it with him. Unfortunately, the ancient prescriptions he had acquired so far did not require the use of this spirit ginseng again. He could only sigh and temporarily set it aside without further inquiry. Apart from the medicinal herbs in the garden, Han Li had taken most of the 6-winged frost centipede's eggs and the majority of the devouring gold bugs with him when he last left the mansion, storing them in a spiritual beast pouch. There was no need to worry about them. Even the 24 eggs of the 6-winged frost centipede had hatched on the way to the far west lands shortly after Han Li's departure. However, during the more than 20 years trapped in the spatial rift, the small bottle had been unable to produce green fluid again. As a result, these spiritual creatures remained in their larval stage without advancing. Han Li stored them in a specially made spiritual beast pouch, keeping them in a dormant state. This matter was somewhat regrettable. Now, Han Li first returned the batch of devouring gold bugs awaiting evolution to a separate room, then took out the extremely cold spiritual beast pouch and walked to the adjacent room where the 6-winged frost centipede used to be kept. He gently poured out the contents of the spiritual beast pouch towards the entrance of the room. After a burst of white radiance swept through, over 20 centipede larvae measuring several inches in length appeared in the middle of the room. These 6-winged frost centipede larvae had bodies that were snowy white and crystal clear. At this moment, they had not yet developed any wings, resembling enlarged white silkworms, devoid of any terrifying appearance. When Han Li had initially acquired the 6-winged frost centipede, he didn't know if these spiritual creatures truly evolved through devouring the heavenly silks. He had simply tried it out of curiosity. But he hadn't expected these spiritual creatures to possess such evolutionary characteristics, which delighted him greatly. Originally, his intention had been to use the cold chi of these creatures to cultivate the purple fiery heavenly fire. However, After experiencing the battle in the abyssal Devil Valley, Han Li had some other ideas. Although the devouring gold bugs were incredibly sharp, their flying speed was noticeably slower. In the future, when they matured and faced opponents with exceptionally fast flying speeds, or in certain situations, they would still be considerably restricted. The reason the six-winged frost centipede could occupy such a high position on the list of rare insects was not only due to its terrifying cold chi, but also because of its incredible speed. At the two-wing stage, this creature's speed was not much inferior to that of other ordinary spiritual creatures. However, once it grew another pair of wings, reaching 4 pairs, its speed greatly increased, surpassing even that of ordinary magical treasures. What was most fearsome was that, when it evolved a 3rd pair of wings, its speed could rank among the top 3 among all spiritual creatures. It was said to be able to truly move without a trace, instantly appearing thousands of miles away. Of course, these descriptions were only rumors recorded in ancient books. Even in ancient times, few spiritual creatures could evolve to the six-winged stage. Han Li only half believed these records. However, the six-winged frost centipede was undoubtedly an ancient spiritual creature with extraordinarily fast speed. After the battle with the ancient demon, Han Li had naturally thought of cultivating the six-winged frost centipede to the highest level. Moreover, after reaching the six-winged stage, the cold chi emitted from this creature's mouth would be even more formidable, which would also greatly benefit his cultivation of the purple fiery heavenly fire. With such thoughts in mind, Han Li naturally regarded these six-winged frost centipede larvae with a different perspective. Seeing that these larvae showed no signs of rejection towards their new environment, Han Li felt reassured. Just as he was about to observe them for a while longer, his expression suddenly changed. He glanced towards the entrance of the cave residence, seeming to sense something. Then his eyes flashed. With a flick of his sleeve, a white light shot out, and Silver Moon appeared lively before him. Mu Pei Ling has arrived outside. Go and bring her to the hall. I happen to have some words to speak to her, Han Li instructed in a deep voice. Yes, master. Without asking further questions, Silver Moon respectfully responded and transformed into a silver light, disappearing from the spot. Han Li sealed the insect chamber and leisurely returned to the main hall. After a moment, Han Li sat in the main seat of the hall, his chin resting on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, footsteps lightly approached the entrance of the hall. Silver Moon walked in with a smile, and following her was Mu Paling, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Her appearance remained unchanged, or rather, she seemed even more stunning and enchanting than before. The previous icy demeanor had softened, replaced by an ethereal elegance akin to an orchid in seclusion. Welcome, Master. Congratulations on your safe return and advancement to the mid-unwind stage. Mu Paling greeted Han Li with a slight smile on her jade-like face, bowing respectfully. As soon as you see me, you congratulate me on advancing to the mid-unwind stage. It seems you already know some news about me. No need for formalities. Back when we traveled to the far west lands together, you had your share of hardships despite no visible achievements. Between us, there's no need to be overly formal, Hanley replied with a faint smile at the woman. He gestured for her to rise and speak. The 3 years spent together in the far west lands had brought them closer. Although they weren't exceptionally intimate, their relationship had greatly improved compared to before. When we first returned from the far west lands, I never imagined that I would be trapped in the abyssal Devil Valley for over 20 years shortly after parting ways with you. You've been attentive to stay here all this time, Han Li remarked. As Master's servant and deeply indebted to Master's great kindness, where else could I go? Moreover, I didn't believe Master would truly fall here, Mu Paling replied with a smile on her lips. I didn't expect you to have such confidence in me. However, this time was indeed extremely dangerous, and I almost couldn't make it back. Although you had some pills to assist you, your cultivation progress has been quite remarkable. I wonder, how confident are you in reaching the foundation establishment stage soon? Hanley chuckled and changed the subject to inquire about her situation. How could I be certain? The probability of reaching foundation establishment is barely 1 in 10 to begin with. Whether I can achieve it depends on the will of the heavens, Mu Paling replied with a hint of helplessness upon hearing the question. The will of the heavens? He, that's hard to say. However, I can lend you a hand in reaching foundation establishment, increasing your chances by about 30%, Han Li said with a smile, looking at her. What? How is that possible? Master isn't joking, right? I've never heard of such spiritual medicines in the southern heaven, Mu Paling exclaimed in surprise, her red lips slightly agape, showing her astonishment. Most of the spiritual medicines I have are not native to the southern heaven. It's natural you haven't heard of them. But I can assure you, with your aptitude, if you consume these medicines, the probability of reaching foundation establishment will approach 50%. It's not that strange. Han Li's expression remained calm as he calmly stated. Mu Paling had been with Han Li for some time now and knew he never exaggerated. She believed him to a great extent, but after some consideration, she still hesitated. If Master is telling me this now, is there something else you wish to command me? If so, please speak plainly, Mu Paling said softly. Han Li was slightly surprised by her directness, but after a moment of contemplation, he spoke directly. Do you remember the agreement when I took you as my concubine? Of course, Senior promised me 30 years to cultivate. During this period, Senior wouldn't take away my yin-yang body, Mu Paling said, initially surprised but then blushing, looking extremely beautiful. Calculating by now, the agreed time is almost up. However, you needn't worry. I won't trouble you during the critical moment of your foundation establishment. But before you reach that stage, there are some things we need to clarify. Then you can weigh the pros and cons. I don't want a misunderstanding where I exhaust all the spiritual medicines to help you form the golden core. only for you to suddenly change your mind and harbor resentment. Han Li said calmly despite knowing she had some misunderstandings. What does Master mean by this? Mu Paling asked, raising her head to look at Han Li, her eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. I hope that after you form the golden core, you will give up your original cultivation techniques and switch to cultivating a dual cultivation technique called the Peak Phoenix Nurturing Technique, Han Li said with a strange expression. The Peak Phoenix Nurturing Technique. Mu Paling was surprised. It's a rare dual cultivation technique mainly for women. Once cultivated to a deep level, it can greatly benefit both parties through the first time the woman and the man come together. However, the advancement in cultivation is secondary. The most important thing about this technique is its incredible effect on breaking through bottlenecks. Of course, I might as well tell you that this technique is mainly cultivated by women, but the benefits for men are greater. That's why I'm giving you this opportunity to correct your understanding and assist you as much as possible in forming the golden core. This is because I have now reached the mid-yuan Wying stage of cultivation. The Peak Phoenix Nurturing Technique is useful to me as I move forward to the late Yuan Wying period of cultivation. You need to cultivate this technique in the later golden core period. You promise to change this technique. Han Li sealed the insect chamber and leisurely returned to the main hall. After a moment, Han Li sat in the main seat of the hall, his chin resting on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, footsteps lightly approached the entrance of the hall. Silver Moon walked in with a smile, and following her was Mu Paling, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Her appearance remained unchanged, or rather, she seemed even more stunning and enchanting than before. The previous icy demeanor had softened, replaced by an ethereal elegance akin to an orchid in seclusion. Welcome, Master. Congratulations on your safe return and advancement to the mid-yuan Wying stage. Mu Paling greeted Han Li with a slight smile on her jade-like face, bowing respectfully. As soon as you see me, you congratulate me on advancing to the mid-yuan Wying stage. It seems you already know some news about me. No need for formalities. Back when we traveled to the far west lands together, you had your share of hardships despite no visible achievements. Between us, there's no need to be overly formal, Han Li replied with a faint smile at the woman. He gestured for her to rise and speak. The 3 years spent together in the far west lands had brought them closer. Although they weren't exceptionally intimate, their relationship had greatly improved compared to before. When we first returned from the far west lands, I never imagined that I would be trapped in the abyssal Devil Valley for over 20 years shortly after parting ways with you. You've been attentive to stay here all this time, Han Li remarked. As Master's servant and deeply indebted to Master's great kindness, where else could I go? Moreover, I didn't believe Master would truly fall here, Mu Paling replied with a smile on her lips. I didn't expect you to have such confidence in me. However, this time was indeed extremely dangerous, and I almost couldn't make it back. Although you had some pills to assist you, your cultivation progress has been quite remarkable. I wonder, How confident are you in reaching the foundation establishment stage soon? Hanli chuckled and changed the subject to inquire about her situation. How could I be certain? The probability of reaching foundation establishment is barely 1 in 10 to begin with. Whether I can achieve it depends on the will of the heavens, Mew Paling replied with a hint of helplessness upon hearing the question. The will of the heavens? Hee, that's hard to say. However, I can lend you a hand in reaching foundation establishment, increasing your chances by about 30%, Han Li said with a smile, looking at her. What? How is that possible? Master isn't joking, right? I've never heard of such spiritual medicines in the southern heaven, Mew Paling exclaimed in surprise, her red lips slightly agape, showing her astonishment. Most of the spiritual medicines I have are not native to the southern heaven. It's natural you haven't heard of them. But I can assure you, with your aptitude, if you consume these medicines, the probability of reaching foundation establishment will approach 50%. It's not that strange. Han Li's expression remained calm as he calmly stated. Mew Paling had been with Han Li for some time now and knew he never exaggerated. She believed him to a great extent, but after some consideration, she still hesitated. If Master is telling me this now, is there something else you wish to command me? If so, please speak plainly, Mew Paling said softly. Han Li was slightly surprised by her directness, but after a moment of contemplation, he spoke directly. Do you remember the agreement when I took you as my concubine? Of course, Senior promised me 30 years to cultivate. During this period, Senior wouldn't take away my yin-yang body, Mew Paling said, initially surprised but then blushing, looking extremely beautiful. Calculating by now, the agreed time is almost up. However, you needn't worry. I won't trouble you during the critical moment of your foundation establishment. But before you reach that stage, there are some things we need to clarify. Then you can weigh the pros and cons. I don't want a misunderstanding where I exhaust all the spiritual medicines to help you form the golden core, only for you to suddenly change your mind and harbor resentment. Han Li said calmly despite knowing she had some misunderstandings. What does Master mean by this? Mew Paling asked, raising her head to look at Han Li, her eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. I hope that after you form the golden core, you will give up your original cultivation techniques and switch to cultivating a dual cultivation technique called the Peak Phoenix Nurturing Technique, Han Li said with a strange expression. The Peak Phoenix Nurturing Technique. Mew Paling was surprised. Practicing the Heaven Phoenix Primordial Nourishment Technique requires female cultivators to maintain their virginity. Otherwise, if their virginity is lost, their efforts will be in vain. Therefore, before you advance to the late core formation stage, I won't require you to serve me in bed. You and I will continue to maintain our current relationship. Of course, if you can indeed help me advance to the late nascent soul stage, I can promise you here and now that I will also fully assist you in forming your nascent soul. With the full assistance of a late nascent soul stage cultivator, It won't be an impossible task for you to form your nascent soul. Hanley stared at Mew paling without blinking and spoke slowly. These words were not false. If Hanley reached the late nascent soul stage, he could indeed gather the 8th-grade beast companion grass to re-refine the 9 curves spiritual ginseng medicine, which greatly aids in forming the nascent soul. After all, by that time, 8th-grade beasts would no longer pose much threat to him. Mew paling bowed her head and thought silently for a moment before raising her jade-like face and asking Hanley, "My lord, is the Heaven Phoenix primordial nourishment technique particularly slow to practice, or does it have any incurable side effects?" No, this technique, aside from being less powerful than top-tier techniques, is even faster to practice than ordinary ones. As for side effects, there are none. It's just that you might suffer some losses when fighting others. Hanley replied without hesitation. In that case, I will follow my lord's arrangements. I'm well aware of my own talent. Without your assistance, the chances of me succeeding in core formation are slim to none. As for the nascent soul stage, that's almost impossible. Mew paling said calmly, looking at Hanley. I'm very pleased with your answer. After spending so much time with me, you should have a pretty good understanding of my character. Although your status is that of a concubine, I won't be too harsh on you. Just prepare for core formation with peace of mind. When the time comes, I will send you the necessary elixirs. Hanley's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated her agreement. At this moment, Mew paling truly decided to rely on Hanley, no longer harboring any hesitant thoughts. After all, a cultivator with abilities comparable to the 3 great cultivators who treats a concubine so kindly is probably unique in the entire Tian Nan region. Moreover, Mew paling was very aware that Hanley had already shown her great kindness. Without the elixirs he had provided earlier, she would likely still be struggling in the mid-foundation establishment stage, unable to even dream of core formation. This made her agree to Hanley's terms without much hesitation. After their frank conversation, the relationship between Hanley and Mew paling immediately became closer. When she spoke to Hanley afterward, there was a hint of intimacy in her demeanor. Following that, Hanley gently guided Mew paling on various issues related to core formation. Knowing this was a rare opportunity, Mew paling listened attentively, not blinking her beautiful eyes. After nearly half a day, feeling that she had gained a lot, Mew paling finally bid farewell to leave, needing to prepare for Hanley's guidance. Hanley did not try to keep her, but gave a few more instructions before letting her return to her peak. Yin Yue escorted her out of the cave mansion. When Yin Yue returned to the hall, Hanley was still seated in his chair, but now holding a jade slip, scanning its contents with his divine sense. It was the jade slip, recording the method to refine the imitation, 7 Flames fan. Master, do you really intend to assist this woman in reaching the late core formation stage? Yin Yue silently approached Hanley and asked softly. Why is there something inappropriate about it? Han Li withdrew his divine sense, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Not really. I was just curious. With your current status, it wouldn't be difficult to take a core formation stage female cultivator as a concubine directly. Why put so much effort into this woman?" Yin Yue's eyes sparkled as she asked with some confusion. "Nothing. After observing her for so many years, I've found her character to be decent and worth the effort to cultivate. This time taking her as a concubine is not just for the purpose of using her to break through bottlenecks. I genuinely want to cultivate a capable assistant. When I'm in long-term seclusion, someone close to me will need to handle external matters. As a long-standing elder of the Falling Cloud sect, I can't always ignore sect affairs and focus solely on my own cultivation. Wanner isn't the type who likes to meddle in sect affairs and probably wouldn't want to manage such things. And I can see that this woman, unlike Wanner and me, is not solely focused on pursuing the Tao. Once her cultivation reaches a certain stage, she might become restless. Hence, having her manage sect matters would be quite fitting. Han Li explained calmly, then added, "Of course, the most important point is that the Heaven Phoenix primordial nourishment technique requires the woman's voluntary cooperation. Without showing great favor, how could an ordinary core formation stage female cultivator easily give up the technique she has practiced for many years and switch to another unknown one? Starting from the foundation establishment stage, I assist her in cultivation, core formation, and even provide opportunities for her to form a nascent soul in the future. This way, she won't have any complaints. As she said, without my help, she might just remain a foundation establishment stage cultivator for life. So even if I have some ulterior motives, I am still giving her a lot, and my conscience is clear." After saying these words, Han Li sighed lightly, and the jade slip in his hand disappeared with a flash of light. "So that's what you were planning, Master. I didn't consider that." Yin Yue tilted her head slightly and smiled sweetly. "You won't be too idle either. I've now advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage and plan to go into seclusion for a while to completely refine the last trace of the azure blue ice flame. Afterward, I'll slightly study the method to open the void heaven cauldron. During this time, you will still manage everything in the cave mansion." Han Li looked at Yin Yue with a faint smile and said leisurely, "It's wonderful that you've reached the final step of refining the ice flame, Master. Congratulations." Yin Yue first looked surprised, then delighted, her face full of joy. "Yes, I've finally completed the first step to open the cauldron. I don't know what conditions are needed for the next step to open it. All right, I'm a bit tired. Let's rest today and deal with any matters tomorrow," Han Li said lightly, then stood up from his seat and walked towards the bedroom. Yin Yue watched Han Li's disappearing back, thinking for a moment in the hall before walking out lightly. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, as Han Li had just awakened from his meditation, Yin Yue came to report that senior brother Cheng and Lu Luo had arrived. Han Li washed up a bit and then had Yin Yue open the restriction, welcoming them himself at the entrance. Indeed, the two elders were waiting outside the cave mansion. Han Li greeted them with a smile and led them inside. In the hall, the three of them took their seats, and the elder began to speak apologetically. "Junior brother Han, you only rested for a day, and it is inappropriate for us to disturb you now. However, the matter is somewhat urgent, so we had to come. Senior brothers, no need to be so polite. As cultivators, a brief rest is enough to recover. There's no need to talk about disturbance." Han Li smiled indifferently. "Since you say so, we feel at ease. Actually, right after you left yesterday, the fellow Taoists from Ancient Sword Sect and 100 Craft Institute heard about your return and jointly sent an invitation. They want us to gather. Although you have been part of our Falling Cloud sect for some time, you haven't met many fellow Taoists from the other two sects. This would be a good opportunity. After all, our three sects share honor and disgrace. Moreover, 100 Craft Institute is holding a ceremony tomorrow for a newly refined magic treasure. They set the gathering time then, inviting us and the elders of Ancient Sword Sect to witness the ceremony. A recognition ceremony. I've heard that 100 Craft Institute is quite renowned for its artifact crafting. If they're inviting us to witness it, this magic treasure must be extraordinary." Han Li showed a hint of interest. The invitation didn't specify, but the one recognizing the treasure is a young disciple of 100 Craft Institute who recently formed a core formation. I hear he has excellent aptitude, forming a golden core in less than 100 years. The old guys at 100 Craft Institute have high hopes for him. Senior brother Lu Luo interjected, producing a golden invitation and handing it to Han Li. Forming a golden core in such a short time is indeed impressive. All right, I'll accompany you two tomorrow. I'm quite curious now," Han Li said casually, looking at the invitation. "Haha, it's great that you'll come. I've also heard that the Grand Elder of Ancient Sword Sect, Jin Wuhuan, has just emerged from a life-and-death seclusion. If I recall correctly, he was at the mid-nascent soul stage before. After 70 or 80 years of seclusion, I wonder if he has made any significant progress." Senior brother Cheng said with a smile, pleased that Han Li agreed to join. The Grand Elder of Ancient Sword Sect. Han Li was slightly surprised, but then smiled indifferently. He then noticed something and frowned slightly as he examined the elder. "Senior brother Cheng, I just used my divine sense to check your condition. It doesn't look good. Didn't you find any longevity-extending elixirs in Demonfall Valley?" Han Li asked with concern. The elder smiled bitterly at this. "I know my situation well. I have only a little over 10 years left. At any moment I could pass away. As for Demonfall Valley, although I found some treasures, none were longevity-extending elixirs. It's a matter of fate. But for us cultivators, if we haven't truly attained the Tao, life and death are part of the cycle. There's no need for regret. The future of Falling Cloud Sect will be in the hands of you too." After saying this, the elder appeared calm, having long prepared for this day. Han Li sighed in his heart. Although he had obtained many spiritual herbs from the ruins of Ling Miao Garden, None of them could extend one's lifespan. He was powerless in this regard. Senior brother, don't be too disheartened. Who knows, you might have another opportunity in the coming years. Han Li could only offer words of comfort. The elder shook his head with a calm expression, clearly having come to terms with life and death. Han Li naturally didn't dwell on the matter any longer. Instead, he turned his hand, producing a white jade slip in his palm. Since you two senior brothers are here, it reminds me of something. I have some materials that need to be collected from various markets by the sect's disciples. There are quite a few types needed, so just gather as much as possible. No matter how many spirit stones it costs, as long as it isn't too exorbitant, let the sect's disciples acquire them and come to me for reimbursement. Hanley handed over the jade slip, speaking casually. Let me have a look. Lu Luo, interested, took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face gradually took on a peculiar expression. Junior brother, no wonder you said to just do our best. Many of these items are hard to find. Some seem like they only exist in legend, and it's unlikely they can be found in Tiannan. Lu Luo said, slightly stunned. Oh, what kind of materials are they? Let me take a look as well. Senior brother Cheng, hearing this, showed curiosity. He reached out to take the jade slip and examined it, looking equally surprised afterward. Indeed, these are all rare materials. Junior brother, are you planning to refine some kind of treasure? A treasure? You could say that. Han Li smiled faintly, not providing any detailed explanation. Seeing this, senior brother Cheng didn't press further. He readily agreed to the task, saying he would immediately arrange for disciples to gather the materials across Tiannan. At this point, the elder and Lu Luo exchanged glances before Lu Luo suddenly took off a bulging storage pouch from his waist and handed it to Han Li. What is this? Han Li asked, slightly surprised, instinctively taking the pouch and looking at the two with some confusion. Junior brother, do you not remember? Years ago, you asked the sect's disciples to collect some rare materials and zheng-jaying. Over the years, apart from a small piece of zheng-jaying, we managed to gather all the other items. I originally intended to surprise you, but it seems you need more materials now. It appears your skill in artifact crafting is quite remarkable. Lu Luo said with a smile. Another piece of zheng-jaying. Han Li was delighted upon hearing this and quickly opened the storage pouch for a look. Among the various materials, there indeed was a small walnut-sized piece of golden zheng-jaying. As for the other materials, they were exactly what he needed to craft ancient, nascent soul puppets. Otherwise, he would have made nascent soul-level puppets long before entering the Demonfall Valley. These items are exactly what I need. Junior brother, there's no need for such words. Though these items are valuable, considering your efforts in fighting for our sect during the Mulan invasion, it's only right for the sect to bear the cost. Just use them as you see fit. Since you say so, senior brother, I'll accept them without reservation. Han Li smiled, slightly surprised but then relaxed and put away the storage pouch. Seeing Han Li accept the items without further refusal, the elder's face showed satisfaction. By the way, senior brother Cheng, when I was sucked into the spatial rift, I couldn't retrieve 2 of my flying swords. Did you happen to see them that day? Han Li asked, suddenly remembering the matter. When he was pulled into the rift, he lost track of the swords, but the elder who stayed outside should know their whereabouts. About those 2 flying swords, junior brother. On the day you were taken, I didn't have time to retrieve them. They were grabbed by the demon and fell into its hands. However, during the subsequent hunt for the demon, it was reported that the demon never used the swords in battle. It seems that facing your life-bound treasures, it couldn't corrupt and use them. The trouble is, the demon's whereabouts are now unknown, making it difficult to recover the swords. The elder, having anticipated this, explained with some regret. In the hands of an ancient demon, that's troublesome, but it's just a possession. I'll simply craft 2 more. Han Li's expression changed slightly, but he soon appeared indifferent. I thought the same. Junior brother, you have many life-bound flying swords. Losing 2 isn't a big deal. There's no need to risk seeking out that demon whose life and death are unknown. The elder relaxed, relieved by Han Li's response. The elder and Lu Luo chatted with Han Li for a while longer about sect matters before taking their leave. Han Li stood up and saw them out past the sect's protective formation before calmly returning to his cave. Master, now that you've obtained another piece of Zheng Jiang, can you craft 2 more flying swords and re-establish the great Zheng sword formation? Upon re-entering the hall, Yin Yue appeared silently, smiling as she spoke. It's not that simple. The azure bamboo cloud swarm swords are a set of treasures. This piece of Zheng Jiang isn't enough to craft a new set of 12 swords. Even if I used other flying swords to fill in, they wouldn't integrate perfectly. Forcing the great Zheng sword formation would be ineffective. Those 2 lost swords must be recovered. Han Li's face darkened upon hearing Yin Yue mention the matter. But those 2 flying swords are in the hands of an ancient demon. Even with your advanced cultivation, if the demon is still alive, you might not be its match. Yin Yue said worriedly. No need for you to say that. I know. I won't act rashly without full confidence. I'll wait until I open the Void Heaven Cauldron or craft the imitation 7 Flames fan before searching for the demon. Han Li's eyes flickered as he spoke seriously, resuming his seat. Han boy, have you forgotten about the puppet I designed? That ancient demon is formidable, but if you gather the materials to craft this puppet, it would be more than capable of protecting you against it, though I can't guarantee victory. The voice of the great evolution deity suddenly echoed in Han Li's mind, sounding somewhat aggrieved that Han Li hadn't mentioned his puppet. Han Li's lips curled into a faint smile. Senior, I have no doubt about the puppet's extraordinary nature, given the effort you've invested in it. However, you haven't shared any details about its crafting or abilities, so how can I be confident? Han Li replied calmly. HMPH, there's no need for trickery. Until you gather all the materials, I won't reveal anything about the puppet. I can only tell you that once crafted, This puppet's power would rival my peak strength. That should give you some assurance. The great evolution deity said proudly. Rival your peak strength. Han Li was genuinely startled, showing a look of disbelief. Do you doubt it? The great evolution deity's voice turned cold, seemingly displeased. It's not about belief. Given that this puppet is a new creation of yours, even you might only be guessing its true power. Han Li's expression returned to calm as he spoke plainly. Ha, there's some truth to that. But with my genius, how could I misjudge my own creation? Rest assured of its power. The great evolution deity's mood shifted to laughter. Han Li smiled faintly and ignored him, heading towards his secret room. Despite having to attend the ceremony tomorrow, it was best to refine the last wisp of azure blue ice flame as soon as possible. Afterward, he planned to use the newly acquired materials to craft 2 ancient nascent soul puppets. Thinking this, he touched the new storage pouch at his waist. He had seen Tian Jiang Shangren's puppets in Demonfall Valley before. Although they didn't last long against the ancient demon, their strength was undeniable, comparable to ordinary nascent soul cultivators. With these thoughts, Han Li entered the secret room. The next morning, Han Li and senior brother Cheng met up and headed straight to the 100 Craft Institute. Since the 3 sects shared a mountain range, it didn't take long to reach the other end of the Yunmeng mountain range, where the 100 Craft Institute was located. Recalling his participation in the 3 sects sword testing conference as a low-level disciple, Han Li found it amusing. As they neared the sect's protective formation, 3 core formation cultivators were already waiting for them. Seeing Han Li and the others approaching, the 3 cultivators turned into streaks of light and flew to meet them. Greetings, seniors. We have been ordered by our uncles to welcome you. The leading elder, his aura restrained, appeared before Han Li and the others, bowing deeply. The 2 middle-aged cultivators behind him followed suit. No need for such formalities. Just lead the way. Senior brother Cheng said calmly, smiling. Han Li's gaze briefly lingered on the elder's face, a faint smile playing at his lips. As it happened, this elder was the same person who had presided over the sword testing conference. Given the extraordinary memory of cultivators, he undoubtedly recognized Han Li, though he showed no sign of it. Clearly, despite his modest cultivation, his mind was exceptionally deep. Led by the elder surnamed Fu, Han Li and the others passed through the protective array and entered the sky above the 100 Craft Institute. This time, they did not descend onto the central square surrounded by mountains, but were directed to a massive platform built against a cliff face. In the center of this platform stood a towering pavilion, about 100 feet tall and 5 stories high. At first glance, it looked less like a building and more like a giant stone tower. Behind the pavilion, the cliff face extended endlessly, dotted with numerous small and large holes, from which disciples of the 100 Craft Institute constantly came and went, resembling a beehive. Instead of leading the trio to the pavilion, The elder surnamed Fu guided them straight to the highest point of the cliff face. Deep within this mountain lies a top-tier earthfire pool. Not only does it make artifact refining much more efficient, but it also greatly benefits cultivators who practice fire attribute techniques. Hence, the 100 Craft Institute has built many refining rooms along this cliff face, and several high-level disciples have also constructed their residences within the mountain. Senior Brother Cheng explained to Han Li during their flight, showing his extensive knowledge of the 100 Craft Institute. Han Li, hearing this, felt a stirring in his heart, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. After flying upwards for over 1,000 feet, they finally stopped at a solitary, large cave entrance. This area, evidently not accessible to low-level disciples, contrasted with the bustling scene below. Only 2 elders stood waiting there, with no other cultivators in sight. Senior Brother Cheng, fellow Taoist Lu, I have been expecting you for some time. Please excuse me for not coming out to greet you. This must be fellow Taoist Han. Indeed, you are young and full of potential. What? Fellow Taoist Han has already advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. As soon as the trio landed at the cave entrance, a red-haired, dark-skinned elder greeted Senior Brother Cheng and Lu Luo with a smile. His gaze swept over Han Li, and his expression changed dramatically. The other elder, with shriveled skin and a stern look, also appeared shocked. Fellow Taoist Feng, you flatter us. Junior Brother Han has only recently advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. We hope you can offer him some guidance in the future, Senior Brother Cheng said with a cheerful smile. Guidance? Senior Brother Cheng, you must be joking. The 2 elders from the 100 Craft Institute, having recovered from their shock, exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Please don't be modest. Although I've progressed quickly, my foundation is still unstable. I will need your guidance in future cultivation, Han Li said humbly, cupping his fists. The 2 nascent soul cultivators, seeing Han Li's courteous demeanor, were greatly impressed and quickly invited the trio inside. The elder surnamed Fu and his companions then took their leave. Originally, Senior Brother Li Huo was supposed to join us in welcoming you, but he is currently finalizing the ownership of a newly refined treasure and couldn't come. I hope you don't mind, the other elder explained. Senior Brother Ding, there's no need for such formality. I've known you and Senior Brother Feng for centuries. There's no need to stand on ceremony. By the way, what kind of treasure requires such a grand ownership ritual? Lu Luo asked curiously. It's nothing special. My brother and I have merely crafted another Kaiyankun Tower, Elder Ding said modestly, though a hint of pride was visible in his expression. The Kaiyankun Tower. That's one of the 3 great treasures of the 100 Craft Institute. I remember no one has crafted a new one in nearly 1,000 years, Senior Brother Cheng said in astonishment. That's precisely why we invited you all to witness the ownership ritual. Although the Kaiyankun Tower is a great treasure for our institute, it's not much compared to your 2 sects. I've heard that you, Senior Brother Cheng, acquired some rare treasures from the Demonfall Valley. And Han Li must have had some fortuitous encounters there as well, Given his rapid advancement, Elder Feng said with a probing smile. Rare treasures? Those are just rumors. As for junior brother Han, I can't say. I did obtain a few ancient treasures, but their power is quite ordinary compared to the Kyankun Tower. The silver-haired elder shook his head emphatically. I didn't get any particularly powerful treasures either. On the contrary, I lost quite a few in the Demonfall Valley. It was just by luck that my cultivation advanced, Han Li said vaguely, avoiding specifics about the Ling Miao Garden. If advancing a level in cultivation is all it took, I'd gladly trade all my treasures for it, Elder Feng said with a self-deprecating smile, looking both envious and admiring. Han Li smiled slightly without responding. After passing through a large garden in full bloom, they were led into a surprisingly spacious hall, over 100 feet wide. The walls were inlaid with unknown, glittering crystals the size of fists, giving the hall a luxurious and grand feel. Please make yourselves comfortable. Senior brother Li Huo will join us once he's done. The friends from the ancient sword sect should arrive soon as well, Elder Feng said courteously, inviting Han Li and the others to sit. I heard that the reclusive old monster Jin of the ancient sword sect will be joining us. Is this true? Lu Luo asked as soon as he sat down. It's true. Fellow Taoist Jin sent a message to senior brother Li Huo confirming his attendance. However, Elder Feng paused. However, what? Lu Luo asked, puzzled, while the silver-haired elder turned to look with interest. Han Li continued to casually observe the hall, seemingly uninterested. However, fellow Taoist Jin might be more interested in meeting fellow Taoist Han. Given Han's reputation, he's now considered one of the top cultivators under the 3 great nascent soul elders. He's practically the #1 cultivator of the Tian Dao Alliance in terms of individual prowess. Now that he's reached mid-nascent soul stage, it's understandable that Jin would want to meet him, Elder Ding said with a mysterious smile. What does old monster Jin want to test junior brother Han's skills? Hasn't he changed his ways after all these years in seclusion? Senior brother Cheng asked, frowning. We're not sure about that, but with fellow Taoist Han's abilities, I doubt he'd fear anyone. To be honest, my brother and I are also eager to witness Han's skills, Elder Ding said frankly. So this gathering is not just a friendly meeting, but also a ranking competition, Lu Luo said, tapping his fingers on the table thoughtfully. If you see it that way, you wouldn't be wrong. However, our 100 Craft Institute isn't competing for rankings. We know we'll be last. But since fellow Taoist Jin is coming, he's likely to challenge Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied giving up the title of the #1 sect in Zai State, Elder Feng said with a smile. You knew about this and didn't mention it in the invitation. That's rather unfair, Lu Luo said coldly, his face darkening. Please don't misunderstand. These are just our speculations. Fellow Taoist Jin never said he would definitely challenge Han. Our main focus for this gathering is to promote cooperation and exchange among the 3 sects. The last such gathering was over 100 years ago, and there are many new faces like Han and Minxin from the ancient sword sect. It's beneficial for everyone to meet, Elder Feng said calmly. Hearing this explanation, Lu Luo's expression softened. Han Li maintained his composed demeanor, a faint smile on his face throughout, impressing the two elders from the 100 Craft Institute even more. Just as senior brother Cheng was about to ask more about the ancient sword sect, a transmission talisman flew into the hall, landing in Elder Feng's hand. He quickly read it and stood up. It seems the friends from the ancient sword sect have arrived. Please wait here for a moment while I go greet them, Elder Feng said apologetically before hurrying out. Senior brother Cheng and Lu Luo exchanged a serious look, while Han Li remained unperturbed. He recalled that besides the fire dragon child, the other elders of the ancient sword sect were not particularly friendly with the falling cloud sect. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the entrance as Elder Feng returned with 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. Leading the group was a burly elder with wild hair. His hair was white, but his face was ruddy, his skin glowing with vitality. His fierce eyes gave him a beast-like appearance, and his hands were unusually large, nearly twice the size of a normal person's. Behind him were a plain-looking middle-aged man and a dignified woman. As soon as Han Li glanced over, he immediately identified the elderly man with sharp eyes as none other than the infamous Jin Leagyoi. After all, among the 3 people present, he was the only one with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, and he appeared to be nearing the peak of this stage. The curly-haired elder entered the hall and glanced around at Cheng Shixeng and the others without any courtesy, his gaze eventually settling on Han Li. His expression subtly changed. This must be Taoist Han. I've heard much about you. But weren't you a nascent soul early-stage cultivator? Have you advanced so quickly? The curly-haired elder said slowly, with a hint of curiosity. You must be Brother Jin. Pardon me. I only recently advanced to the mid-stage, Han Li replied, standing up and cupping his hands, his expression calm. Hearing this, the elder's heart sank. I heard incredible stories about your abilities as soon as I came out of seclusion. It seems the rumors, though slightly exaggerated, are not far from the truth, the curly-haired elder said after a moment of silence, with a wry smile. Han Li smiled slightly, but before he could say anything, Cheng Shixeng laughed heartily and stood up as well. Brother Jin, why are you focusing on my junior brother Han as soon as you arrive? Let's all sit down and chat, we old fellows, Cheng said warmly. Don't get me wrong, Brother Cheng. I didn't mean to ignore your junior brother. It's just that before I came here, I heard a lot about your junior brother Han's remarkable deeds, and my curiosity got the better of me, Jin Leagyoi said with a forced smile. Is that so? Now that you've met junior brother Han, you aren't disappointed, are you? Cheng asked with a smile. Not at all, quite the opposite. With Taoist Han, Loyun sect is sure to soar to new heights. However, I heard that Brother Han wasn't originally a core disciple of your sect, but came from Huangfeng Valley. Jin Leaguai said with a cold smile, glancing at Cheng. So what if junior brother Han had some ties with Huangfeng Valley? He is now a revered elder of our Loyun sect, Cheng replied calmly. Hearing this, Jin Leaguai rolled his eyes, seemingly about to say more, when Elder Feng interjected. Fellow Taoists, let's not get carried away. Our 100 Crafts court recently acquired some delicious spiritual fruits. Why not try some? With that, he clapped his hands lightly, and a group of young female disciples who had been waiting outside brought in several plates of oval-shaped, bright red spiritual fruits. Seeing this, Jin Leaguai, Cheng, and the others naturally couldn't refuse their host's hospitality and sat down. These are fire pomegranate fruits, discovered by one of our disciples on an unknown barren mountain. They are sweet and juicy, and can significantly improve eyesight for mortals, Elder Feng introduced as the disciples set the fruits down. Han Li and the others, who had never seen such fruits before, curiously tasted them. They were indeed exceptionally sweet, containing a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Han Li found them quite pleasing and ate 3 in a row. By the way, why isn't Fire Dragon Taoist here for the gathering? And this Taoist should be Mingxin from your sect, right? I heard Mingxin's treasure is quite rare, made from 10,000-year-old yellow wood, and she cultivates the top-tier wood attribute technique, 100 flowers spring art. Elder Ding asked, glancing at the young woman from the ancient sword sect. Yes, I am Mingxin. My senior brother Fire Dragon heard that someone was selling fire-wying beast eggs in the market at Tanian Mountain, so he left months ago. I have rarely met other Taoists since advancing to the nascent soul stage 50 or 60 years ago. I hope to learn from you all, Mingxin said gracefully, a subtle floral scent naturally emanating from her, making her quite likable. Han Li clearly sensed her gaze linger on him for a moment, seemingly interested in him. Han Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but then returned to normal. After tasting the fruits, the elders of the 3 sects began to chat. Han Li mostly listened quietly, only occasionally smiling without speaking when the conversation turned to him. Even so, the elders from 100 Crafts Court and Ancient Sword Sect kept a close eye on Han Li, as if trying to gauge his depth. As the conversation continued, a flash of red light appeared at the hall's entrance, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe emerged. This man, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuded a commanding presence, clearly someone accustomed to wielding power. As soon as he appeared, Elders Feng and Ding immediately stood up to greet him. Brother Fierceifier, the Taoists from Loyun sect and Ancient Sword sect are here. Is everything ready for the ceremony? Yes, everything is prepared. The ceremony can begin, the middle-aged man replied casually, his eyes sweeping over the gathered cultivators. The other cultivators also stood up to greet him, as he was the great elder of 100 Crafts Court, and they dared not be disrespectful. Brother Fierceifier, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. How's your heavenly fire technique? Shall we spar a bit after the ceremony? Jin League asked boldly, apparently familiar with him. Humph, no thanks. Even if my heavenly fire technique is powerful, I'm still a whole stage below you. Sparring with you would bring me no benefits. Find someone else, Fierceifier replied, rolling his eyes. At this point, Cheng Shixing introduced Han Li, and Fierceifier was also astonished by how quickly Han Li had advanced, treating him with great respect. Without further ado, the great elder of Hundred Crafts Court invited everyone to attend the ceremony. No one had any objections, and the group exited the cave, arriving at the platform they had seen earlier. By this time, the surrounding sky and mountain walls were empty. In front of the large pavilion stood hundreds of Foundation establishment disciples in orderly rows. In the front were a dozen core formation cultivators, standing solemnly. In front of them, about 10 meters away, was a peculiar-looking cauldron. The cauldron was about a meter in diameter, squat and square, covered in mysterious flame-like patterns. Strangely, although there was nothing around it, the cauldron glowed red and emitted intense heat, making the area around it sweltering. However, none of this drew the cultivators' attention. Their focus was on a young man kneeling about 10 meters in front of the cauldron. The young man, seemingly in his 20s, knelt on a golden cushion, softly chanting something. With his head bowed, his face was not visible. In a moment, Han Li and the others landed in front of the group of cultivators. After a brief commotion, a few disciples hurriedly came forward to greet them respectfully. Greetings, uncles and elders. Junior brother Yu has been performing the purification rites for over half an hour now. The ceremony can begin shortly. A core formation elder reported respectfully after greeting Han Li and the others. Understood, you may return, Fierceifier replied, leading Han Li and the others to stand before the group, gazing at the young man performing the rites. Taoist Fierceifier, is this the disciple who formed his core in less than a century? His talent is extraordinary. With the Kyankun Pagoda as his natal treasure, he might reach the nascent soul stage within a few hundred years, the curly-haired elder said, observing the disciple closely. Forming a nascent soul is a matter of opportunity, not just talent. Good spiritual roots merely increase the chances, Fierceifier replied, seemingly indifferent. The curly-haired elder smiled faintly and said no more. The others also remained silent. The disciples behind them, seeing not only their patriarch but also many nascent soul cultivators, were extremely cautious, barely daring to breathe. Soon, the only sound on the platform was the young man's low chanting. Han Li listened for a moment, recognizing it as a standard rite of worship. He wasn't sure if the elders wanted to temper the disciples' mind, or if this was an unusual tradition of the Hundred Crafts Court. For these elders, who measured time in years, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Han Li estimated that the time was almost up, the previously stable cauldron in front of them began to tremble slightly, emitting a clear ringing sound as its glow intensified. The temperature around the cauldron soared, sending waves of nearly visible red heat outwards. Han Li and the others in the front were unaffected as their protective auras flickered. However, the Foundation establishment and core formation disciples behind them quickly activated their protective shields to fend off the intense heat. The young man kneeling 10 meters away also activated a fiery red barrier around himself to withstand the heat wave. Moments later, the heat wave subsided. The young man let out a long breath, finally raising his head to gaze fervently at the cauldron. He was a slender young man with a delicate appearance, looking no older than 27 or 28. It was no wonder the elders of 100 Crafts Court were willing to entrust such a valuable treasure to him. Han Li couldn't help but think to himself, "The time has come. Set up the formation and open the cauldron." Elder Feng shouted without hesitation. As his words fell, a dozen core formation cultivators flew out from behind Han Li and the others. Two of them flickered and appeared on either side of the crimson giant cauldron, while the rest flew above it, each pulling out a blue glowing array disc from their waists and holding it high. With a muffled poof, a layer of blue light emerged, covering half the platform. The two middle-aged cultivators beside the cauldron, seeing the light barrier form, immediately cast spells with their hands, sending several incantations towards the cauldron. The trembling cauldron lid, amidst flashes of multicolored light, buzzed and slowly floated upwards, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The young man surnamed Yu, who had been kneeling in front of the cauldron, stood up at once, staring intently at the cauldron without blinking. Suddenly, a ball of white light shot out from the cauldron, transforming into a dazzling beam that soared into the sky. Without thinking, the young man also turned into a yellow streak of light, chasing after it. In no time, the white light reached the barrier and crashed into it, but the blue light barrier only quivered slightly and remained intact. At that moment, the yellow streak caught up, the light dissipated, revealing the young man who reached out to grab the white light. However, the white light was incredibly agile, dodging and darting downward. The young man's face darkened as he resumed the chase. Thus, within the giant light barrier, a white and a yellow beam chased each other incessantly, like shooting stars pursuing the moon. The hundreds of Foundation establishment disciples below watched with wide eyes. The nascent soul elders stood calmly, occasionally murmuring to each other. Han Li squinted his eyes lazily, watching everything unfold. It was clear that this 100 Crafts Court disciple had not yet refined any artifact to use as his natal treasure, and was purely relying on a top-tier flying magical tool to chase the treasure, resulting in a significant speed disadvantage. However, it didn't matter. Though the Kyankan Pagoda appeared fast now, its spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. In less than half an hour, its speed would decrease significantly, allowing the young man to easily capture it. This was likely orchestrated by Elder Fiercifier and the others. Otherwise, capturing the treasure immediately would make the ceremony seem trivial. Thinking this, Hanley squinted his eyes slightly. Though the white light was dazzling, he could clearly see the treasure inside using his spirit eyes. The treasure appeared to be a flawless small white pagoda, about 3 inches in size, exquisitely crafted. Other than its appearance, Hanley couldn't discern any special attributes. Taoist Han, what do you think of this 100 crafts court disciple? Does he have the potential to advance to the nascent soul stage? A pleasant female voice came from behind Han Li. Startled, Han Li turned around slowly. Minxin, the female cultivator, had somehow come to stand behind him, smiling at him demurely. I share the same view as Taoist Fiercifier. However, if 100 Crafts Court can find some spiritual herbs, this disciple has a good chance of forming a nascent soul, Han Li replied, his expression unchanged as he glanced briefly at her delicate face. Even if his potential is extraordinary, it pales in comparison to Taoist Han's prowess. I heard you single-handedly dealt with an ancient demon in the fallen Demon Valley. Such feats are comparable to the 3 great cultivators, she said with a hint of admiration, a strange glint in her eyes. Han Li internally grumbled but outwardly replied, You overpraise me, Taoist Ming. Without the help of other fellow Taoists, I couldn't have faced the ancient demon. Moreover, it wasn't me who dealt the final blow. The demon was swallowed by a spatial rift. You're too modest, Taoist Han. I won't press the matter. However, is it true that you escaped from a Mu-Lan divine master and defeated a mid-stage nascent soul elder from the great Jin Devil sect? Such stories speak of your incredible abilities, she said with a slight smile, her expression turning coquettish. Han Li's eyes flickered, noting the subtle scent of flowers emanating from her, making him feel inexplicably close to her, wanting to answer her questions. Enchanting technique. No, it's not. Her eyes are clear. It must be the peculiar floral scent, Han Li thought, quickly identifying the subtle manipulation. I was merely lucky. Those incidents are not worth mentioning. However, I've heard about your 100 flowers spring art. Its power is truly extraordinary, Han Li remarked with a knowing smile. What? You know about the 100 flowers spring art? Minxin's expression changed slightly, her smile faltering. She knew her technique was rare and only practiced by a select few with the right physique. Han Li smiled faintly and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something and looked sharply towards the sky behind them. Minxin followed his gaze but saw nothing. Frowning, she gave Han Li a curious look. Han Li ignored her, his expression growing serious as he stared into the distance. Suddenly, he turned to Elder Fiercifier, saying loudly, Taoist Fiercifier, we have an esteemed guest arriving. We should go out to welcome them. A guest? Who do you mean? Everyone looked at Han Li in surprise, while Elder Fiercifier anxiously scanned the surroundings. Before Han Li could respond, Elder Jin's expression changed as he too sensed something and looked in the same direction. Someone is indeed coming. Such a powerful aura, it seems to be a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. As soon as Elder Jin finished speaking, A clear, resonant voice echoed from the sky. The Supreme Purity Sect's Ziyang has come to visit. Is Taoist Fiercifier present? Ziyang, what is he doing here? Elder Fiercifier was stunned. The others exchanged puzzled glances, equally unsure why one of the three great cultivators, Ziyang, would visit. None of the three sects had invited him. Han Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. While the Heavens Path Alliance and the Righteous Path didn't always get along, Ziyang's approach seemed non-hostile, given his clear display of aura. Let's go greet Taoist Ziyang, Elder Fiercifier suggested, quickly regaining his composure. No one objected, as they weren't worried about Ziyang posing a threat. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator couldn't take on all of them alone. The group, putting aside the ceremony, flew out of the light barrier towards the protective array. On the way, Han Li noticed the female cultivator from the ancient sword sect, Minxin, casting furtive glances at him with increasing interest. Han Li snorted inwardly, ready to teach her a lesson if she continued to bother him. At the array, Elder Fiercifier and his brothers cast a few spells, opening a passage. A streak of light shot in, revealing a middle-aged Taoist with a graceful, celestial bearing. It was Ziyang, unmistakable with his radiant skin and sword on his back. Seeing Ziyang, the elders were about to greet him when he spotted Han Li and smiled warmly. Taoist Han, you're here. I rushed over from your sect as soon as I heard you were visiting the 100 Crafts Court, Ziyang greeted cheerfully. You were looking for me, Han Li asked, surprised. Indeed, I had urgent business in Ziguo but heard news of your return on the way. I hurried over to meet you, Ziyang explained, smiling. Someone must have recognized me while I was gathering information. But surely you didn't come just to catch up, Han Li queried, still puzzled. It's a long story. Fellow Taoists, I need to discuss something important with Taoist Han. I hope you don't mind, Ziyang addressed the other elders politely. Of course not. We'll wait here, Elder Fiercifier agreed with a forced smile. As Ziyang led Han Li away to talk privately, the others watched, curiosity and confusion evident on their faces. Facing one of the few senior cultivators in Southern Heaven, even the notoriously arrogant old monsters like Elder Jin showed no signs of displeasure. Naturally, Lihuo would not dare to offend Ziyang Sr., so he promptly signaled to the other cultivators and descended towards the ground below. Senior brother Cheng and Lu Luo exchanged a glance, their faces showing a hint of puzzlement. However, senior brother Cheng had witnessed Han Li's magical abilities before, so although he was surprised, he wasn't particularly worried. They too descended towards the ground. Han Li glanced at the cultivators who had landed on the ground below, then raised his head and said, Senior, can you speak now? Ziyang brother's solemn demeanor has piqued my interest. Before discussing this matter, I must thank fellow Taoist for entangling a soul of an ancient demon in the fallen Devil Valley. Otherwise, if that ancient demon had merged its two souls, it would have caused great trouble to all of Southern Heaven, Zheyang Sr. casually released a soundproof barrier, looked Han Li up and down, and chuckled. Fellow Taoist wishes to inquire about the whereabouts of that ancient demon's main soul, right? Han Li raised the corner of his mouth, lightly laughing. Fellow Taoist is indeed remarkably astute. That is indeed one of the matters I wish to inquire about. Zheyang Sr. hesitated for a moment, but then said nonchalantly, Zheyang brother, rest assured, my escape from the spatial rift was merely a stroke of luck. The main soul of the ancient demon was completely annihilated within the rift. There's no need to worry about this matter, Han Li said succinctly. That puts my mind at ease. Otherwise, that escaped ancient demon would certainly return to southern heaven and merge with its main soul. However, once the main soul is destroyed, the fragmented souls would immediately sense it. After suffering such a big loss here, it probably won't return. Zheyang Sr. sighed in relief, his expression loosening. Zheyang brother, is that fragmented soul that occupied the demon body really so powerful that it couldn't be killed by 3 cultivators in the late Yuan Wying stage? Han Li became interested and asked, a hint of doubt on his face. Fellow Taoist is judging its strength based on its abilities in the fallen Devil Valley. Zheyang Sr. didn't directly answer, but instead asked rhetorically. Oh, I heard that after leaving the valley, this demon consumed the Yuan Wying of many cultivators. Could it have truly regained such strength? Han Li was still somewhat surprised. Don't you know, fellow Taoist, that in the final battle, this demon transformed into a form with 3 heads and 6 arms, instantly increasing its cultivation by more than double. It was almost comparable to a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage. If it weren't for the 3 of us setting up a large restriction formation beforehand, and more than a dozen mid-Yuan Wying stage cultivators restraining it nearby, the final battle to kill the demon would have been even more difficult. Even so, we had to exhaust a lot of energy and use secret techniques to finally cut off 2 of its heads and several arms, allowing it to escape, Zheyang Sr. said solemnly. This demon is so ferocious. No wonder fellow Taoist is afraid of it merging with its main soul again. If it becomes even stronger, no one in southern heaven would be able to stop it. Han Li's mouth twitched, taking in a cold breath. Exactly. Fortunately, this demon should have gone to Dajin. This matter will naturally be handled by the cultivators of Dajin. Zheyang Sr. suddenly smiled knowingly. Han Li glanced at the Taoist priest and felt that there was a hint of schadenfreude in his words. It seemed that this old Taoist had a rather unfavorable impression of Dajin. Now that Zheyang Sr. mentioned the demon soul as just one of the things you wanted to ask, there must be more important matters, right? Han Li changed the subject unexpectedly and asked. Yes, the matter of the demon soul was just a secondary inquiry. I have another important matter in seeking fellow Taoist this time. However, I would prefer not to discuss it directly here to avoid unnecessary trouble. I can only reveal to fellow Taoist that this matter is very significant and involves the entire cultivation world of southern heaven. particularly related to the recent appearance of the unnamed large vortex in the boundless sea. Zhejiang Sr. said with great delight, after Han Li admitted to possessing the divine thunder of exorcism. This sounds rather cryptic, leaving me quite puzzled. But I assume fellow Taoist wants me to use the divine thunder of exorcism for something. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. Although he didn't know what the matter was, he suspected it wasn't something good. Instantly, his vigilance surged. I just happened to pass through Yunmeng Mountain this time and have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay long. How about this, fellow Taoist? Can you visit Kailing Island in the near future? Wei Wuyan, Hehu an old demon, and I are all there. After you arrive, the three of us will explain this matter to you in detail. Zhejiang Sr. suddenly suggested peacefully after glancing at the golden old monsters below. Kailing Island. Is it the 7 islands that recently appeared near the vortex? Han Li frowned. Yes, these 7 islands surround the vortex and are truly rare spiritual places. The three of us have been residing on 3 of these islands for these years, Zhejiang Sr. said with a sigh and a hint of helplessness in his face. Han Li was taken aback. Seeing his appearance, it seemed that the 3 of them residing on Kailing Island was not entirely voluntary. Dozens of thoughts surged through his mind. He couldn't just refuse Zhejiang Sr.'s invitation outright. He wasn't so arrogant as to offend these 3 renowned senior cultivators, not to mention the vast forces they represented. But going to Kailing Island, knowing nothing about the situation, wasn't something Han Li was eager to do. A hesitant expression appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist, rest assured. This invitation to Kailing Island this time holds no ill intent and will not involve you in any dangerous tasks beyond your capabilities. I simply wish to make use of the divine thunder of exorcism in your possession. Moreover, even if I do not invite you now, half a year later, all Midyuan Wying stage cultivators in Southern Heaven will receive a joint invitation from the 3 of us to gather at Kailing Island. If you assist us this time, fellow Taoist will be exempt from attending next time. Zhejiang Sr. seemed to perceive Han Li's concerns and explained with a smile. Since Zhejiang Sr. puts it this way, it seems that this matter is indeed of great importance. In that case, 3 months from now, I will visit Kailing Island and pay my respects to the 3 of you, Han Li said after a moment of silence, finally reluctantly agreeing. 3 months is a bit tight. Fellow Taoist, can you advance your visit by some time? Zhejiang Sr. frowned slightly, pondering. I'm afraid not. I've just returned to my sect and have several urgent matters to handle. It's impossible for me to leave Falling Cloud sect immediately. Han Li shook his head and flatly refused. Very well, 3 months it is then. It should be just enough time. 3 months later, I and the other 2 Taoists will await your arrival at Kailing Island. Zhejiang Sr. hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. In fact, fellow Taoists' visit to Kailing Island this time may bring some unexpected gains. It may even benefit your sect, Zhejiang Sr. added meaningfully. Han Li's eyes flickered several times. Before he could understand what was going on, Ziyang Sr. bid farewell. He retracted the soundproof barrier, loudly bid farewell to the golden old monsters below, then turned into a white rainbow and flew into the prohibition array, leaving the Beikao courtyard. Han Li, on the other hand, was puzzled by the last words about benefits, but after a moment of contemplation, he couldn't guess anything, so he pushed the matter to the back of his mind. He slowly descended towards the ground below. Do we really have to fight? Fellow Taoist should know that your chances of winning are not great. Han Li stood on the peak of a mountain around Beikao courtyard, facing the person on the opposite side calmly and indifferently. Below on the mountaintop, other cultivators were looking up at the sky. As the elder of the ancient sword sect, I cannot simply relinquish the sect's interests without a word. After all, the ranking and distribution of resources in Yunmeng Mountain are closely related. Besides, I am quite curious as well. How could a cultivator who has only condensed Yuan Wying for more than 30 years create such a great reputation? This time, if I lose, we won't need to hold a formal ranking battle in the future, and our ancient sword sect will be content to be below Falling Cloud sect. The elderly man with wild hair not far away said with a serious face. Very well. Since Senior Jin has put it this way, I will comply, Han Li said calmly, no longer saying anything more. With a light lift of his hand, a blue fireball the size of a fist appeared out of thin air in his palm. Senior Jin also remained silent, but as soon as he opened his mouth, 3 golden rays shot out. They were 3 identical small swords. These 3 small swords were originally only a few inches long. As soon as they floated in the air, they suddenly blurred. Go. Han Li casually pointed ahead. The azure firebird instantly spread its wings and turned into a streak of blue light, shooting away. Seeing this, Elder Jin's face sank. He was furious that Han Li hadn't even used a magic treasure, instead relying on a single firebird to attack. This was underestimating him too much. His anger turned into a mocking smile. Without another word, his fingers quickly formed seals. He decided to start with his most powerful sword technique to determine the outcome in one strike. Above his head, 3 golden rainbows emitted a dragon-like roar and suddenly disappeared in a flash. In their place, a golden thread appeared out of nowhere in front of Elder Jin. Though extremely thin, it stretched several zhang, a Chinese unit of length, roughly 3.3 meters. Golden radiance flickered continuously, and one after another, threads of gold rolled out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of densely packed golden threads emerged, appearing dazzling and brilliant, transforming swords into threads. A cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes, surprise showing on his face. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, being able to conjure so many sword threads at once was truly shocking. He truly deserved to be an elder of the ancient sword sect, indeed not ordinary. At this moment, the cultivators watching below couldn't help but murmur in astonishment at the technique, displayed by the old man with disheveled hair. A spring thread slash. An old dog still has its tricks. He actually started with his signature move. Han Taoist friend is so careless. He might suffer some losses. The three from the Baikal pavilion couldn't help but whisper in amazement at this sight. Accompanied by the middle-aged cultivator who came with Elder Jin, a hint of joy appeared on his face, while Lu Luo's face changed slightly. Elder Cheng and the female cultivator named Ming Xin remained calm and composed. At this moment, Elder Jin shouted loudly, and a series of seals struck the golden threads in front of him. Instantly, brilliant lights flashed, and the threads turned into a golden net that rushed toward the blue firebird approaching from the opposite direction. The net was more than 10 zhang wide, while the firebird was only half a kai long. Anyone seeing this would feel like it was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, after the firebird plunged into the golden silk net, what happened next shocked the cultivators below. Upon contact with the golden net, the blue firebird burst apart, and then the light flashed continuously. A blue lotus flower emerged from the flames. This lotus bud spun rapidly within the net, countless golden threads slashing towards it, but only causing ripples around the lotus, unable to get close. The cultivators who were familiar with the power of spring thread slash were all amazed. Elder Jin, seeing this situation, was even more shocked and angry. Without hesitation, he immediately stopped manipulating his sword technique. After a moment, the golden threads, shining brightly, suddenly became 3 inches longer. Each thread became dazzling and sharp. They sliced into the blue spiritual light, cutting it into pieces, almost directly cutting onto the lotus flower. At this moment, the lotus flower began to bloom. With a poo sound, a blue misty cold light radiated from the petals, covering an area of 20 zhang, dazzling light making it impossible to look directly at. Elder Jin immediately felt the connection between himself and the flying sword severed and couldn't sense anything. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly focused his gaze. After a moment, the expression on the disheveled old man's face turned extremely ugly. Where the lotus had just been, it had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a huge block of blue ice. 3 bright golden flying swords were sealed inside, completely immobile. Elder Jin's heart sank. With a flick of his hand, a white jade pendant appeared in his hand. But before he could use this treasure, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar behind him. Elder Jin was startled, but before he could react, his protective spiritual light was shattered as easily as window paper by something. Then, a palm with blue flames oddly pressed against his right shoulder. Half of his body turned cold, and he lost consciousness completely. "Friend Jin, our match ends here. What do you think?" Han Li's cool voice faintly came from behind. "Friend Han really has vast magical powers. I humbly concede defeat." Elder Jin admitted defeat without further ado. "Friend Jin is gracious." Han Li smiled lightly, and with a light pat on his shoulder, retracted his hand. With that pat, Elder Jin felt a warmth on his shoulder, and his body immediately returned to normal. He was shocked and quickly turned around, only to see Han Li standing calmly about 30 feet behind him, with a pair of silver wings unexpectedly appearing on his back, with tiny arcs of electricity flashing and flickering. Elder Jin breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the opponent could control the power of yin cold to such a subtle level was truly incredible. Wasn't it said that this person's main magic weapon was a set of flying swords? And it seemed that the main practice method was not ice attribute. It was hard for him to believe how powerful his secret techniques could be so powerful. Han Zai, you didn't waste my advice. You can control the dry blue ice flame to this extent. It's a pity that you don't focus on training in the ground. It's indeed a pity. The great origin god emperor suddenly said in Han Li's mind, his voice faintly smiling. Don't joke, senior. Although the ice flame is powerful, it's not enough to make this junior change his main cultivation method. Han Li replied calmly through his divine sense, then his back silently dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Immediately, he swayed and appeared next to the large blue ice where the flying swords were sealed. He brushed his sleeve, and a piece of blue light swept out. The blue ice melted and shrank in the light, transforming back into a blue lotus cloud, drifting lightly towards Han Li. After a flicker, it disappeared into his forehead without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. The three restored golden small swords hummed weakly, becoming 3 golden rays of light flying back towards Elder Jin. Although they had been sealed in the dry blue ice for a short time, their spiritual intelligence had still been damaged to some extent. Elder Jin's face naturally looked ugly, and with a dark expression, he opened his mouth and put away the 3 flying swords. At this time, Han Li, still in a calm state, landed on the peak. Although the senior cultivators had different thoughts before, they all hurriedly came forward at this moment. Friend Han indeed has profound magical powers, and the rumors are truly not exaggerated. Congratulations to your sect for becoming the #1 sect in Zieg Mountain from now on. These words were naturally spoken by the several elders of the Beikyo Pavilion. Although they had fallen to the bottom in one fell swoop, they seemed indifferent to the matter and were even enthusiastic about it. The middle-aged cultivator from the ancient sword sect looked a bit ugly, but facing Han Li's dominance, he could only barely show a smile. However, after opening his mouth, he still didn't say anything. Ming Xin, besides the initial shock, appeared calm at this moment. Elder Cheng and Lu Luo were naturally overjoyed. After glancing at each other, they could see satisfaction on each other's faces. After this battle, I'm afraid that the fallen Cloud sect will dominate the rest of the second major faction for 1,000 years. These people crowded around Han Li and asked about the magical powers that Han Li had just displayed. Facing everyone's expressions and previous lack of reaction, Han Li's attitude remained unchanged. However, he only lightly touched on the dry blue ice flame and the wind and thunder wings. These people, naturally, didn't dare to ask further. After a while, Elder Jin also flew down from the sky. Now that the elder of the ancient sword sect had restored his calmness, it seemed that the battle had never happened. He still smiled lightly with the crowd. This made Han Li secretly admire the man's demeanor. After re-establishing the division of interests in Zieg Mountain, these old monsters began to exchange some cultivation insights and take out some rare treasures that they didn't need to exchange with each other. However, such a small-scale exchange of items naturally didn't interest Han Li. He exchanged a lot of cultivation insights with others. There was no more fluctuation in the events below. Half a day later, the exchange finally ended smoothly. From these old monsters, Han Li got some experiences that he hadn't paid attention to before. This made him secretly think that it would be very beneficial to participate in more such pure cultivation exchanges in the future. After the exchange, Han Li took the initiative to propose to visit the ground fire veins of the Beikyo Pavilion. This surprised the Leafire elder, who promptly agreed. After seeing the deep underground fire pool with his own eyes, Han Li couldn't help but ponder for a while. After half a day passed, Han Li and Elder Jin and the others finally said their goodbyes and left the Beikyo Pavilion. Han Li, the three people transformed into three shocking rainbows and flew towards the fallen cloud sect. However, on the way, Lu Luo spoke excitedly and discussed directly with Elder Cheng about accepting which Lingxi mine and some of the rare materials produced. Some of these places were owned by the ancient sword sect, while others were occupied by the Beikyo Pavilion. However, soon after, some of them would become the property of the fallen cloud sect. Elder Cheng didn't seem as excited as Lu Luo, but he was also in a very good mood. Han Li wasn't interested in discussing these things and just smiled while listening to the two discuss. But he didn't expect that when he was about to return to his sect, Elder Cheng suddenly said to Han Li in the midst of his journey, "Grand Elder." Upon hearing this, Han Li was truly stunned. Yes, no need to hide it from Junior Han. Making our sect the #1 cultivation sect in Ziyu country has been the aspiration of several generations of elders in our sect. Now that it has been achieved under Junior's hands, it is enough to be gratified in this lifetime. After discussing with Junior Brother Lu, I intend to pass on the position of Grand Elder to Junior after my final transition. I wonder how Junior feels about this. The elder surnamed Cheng smiled as he spoke. Junior brother, there's no need to be so modest. Only if Junior accepts this position can it be truly justified. Junior wouldn't allow Senior Lu, a mere early Yuan Wying stage cultivator, to assume the role of Grand Elder of our sect, right? Lu couldn't help but smile bitterly, then spoke without hesitation. It's not false modesty. I truly don't wish to assume the position of Grand Elder. Senior brothers should understand that I am wholly dedicated to cultivation and have no desire for distractions that may interfere with my progress. How could I lead a sect with such a mindset? Moreover, I joined this sect relatively late. Other than junior disciples, I have few acquaintances even among the foundational stage disciples. Under these circumstances, It's even more unsuitable for me to assume the role of grand elder of our sect. It would be better for Senior Lu to take the position. Han Li listed his reasons one after another, speaking without hesitation. But Junior, the senior surnamed Cheng, frowned, about to say something more. If you continue to insist on this matter, senior brothers may force me to leave the Falling Cloud sect. Han Li's expression turned serious as he interrupted. All right, since junior brother says so, we can discuss this matter later. The elder surnamed Cheng and Lu Lu exchanged glances, realizing that Han Li was not merely being polite, but genuinely unwilling to accept the position of Grand Elder. With both of them looking at each other, they could only temporarily set aside this matter. That's it then. While I may not assume the role of Grand Elder, I will still take care of our sect as an ordinary elder. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to maintain the prosperity of our sect for over 1,000 years. Han Li relaxed a bit and said slowly. Senior brother Cheng could only smile bitterly at these words and stopped bringing up the matter. Instead, he briefly asked about the purpose of Senior Zhengyang's visit this time. There was nothing to hide about this matter. Han Li briefly explained in a calm tone and finally asked Senior Cheng. From what Senior Zhengyang said, it seems that this matter may be related to the newly appeared 7 Spirit Islands and the Great Vortex. It's not far from our Ziyu country. Senior brother, haven't you heard any unusual news about these places? Unusual news? It seems there's none. The current rumors should be true. When the Great Vortex and the 7 Spirit Islands first appeared, they were relatively close to our Yunmeng Mountain. Our sect also sent some disciples to investigate personally. It didn't differ much from the rumors. However, many spirit energies surged from the vortex, and the spiritual veins on the 7 islands are quite rare, but there is no abnormal situation reported. As for the large-scale conference for dividing the 7 islands, our sect did not participate due to Junior's absence. Senior Cheng frowned and said, If that's the case, we'll have to wait until we go there to know the reason. I hope it's just as Senior Zhengyang said, wanting to leverage the power of the Purity Devil Thunder and not pose any danger. Han Li sighed and said, However, no matter what, junior brother should still be more careful. Even 3 major cultivators must join forces and even gather Midyuan Wying stage cultivators. This matter is definitely not ordinary. Lulu also expressed concern. I will be careful. However, I don't think they will let me do anything excessive. Han Li suddenly smiled. That's true. Junior brother has advanced to the Midyuan Wying stage at such a young age, with almost no less power than them. Even the 3 major cultivators would not easily provoke junior brother. Lu laughed heartily. Han Li smiled faintly and said nothing more. The 3 of them didn't talk much for the rest of the journey. Soon after, they arrived at the Falling Cloud sect. The 2 elders surnamed Cheng and Lu parted ways with Han Li and went straight to the sect's main hall. They were going to immediately summon important disciples to announce that our sect had become the #1 sect in Yunmeng Mountain. At the same time, they were going to discuss some changes and countermeasures regarding this matter. Han Li went directly to the forbidden place where Nan Gongwen was sealed, and it took several hours for him to emerge from there looking somewhat tired. After visiting a forbidden place, he immediately transformed into a cyan rainbow and flew towards the cave of the sublime peak. Just now, he had spent a lot of vitality casting a secret technique in the secret room of the forbidden place to check the condition of the soul-sealing curse in Nan Gongwen's body. The result left Han Li both joyful and worried. He was delighted that the Yao Dan of the fire-toad beast had indeed weakened the soul-sealing curse in Nan Gongwen's divine sense. However, he was worried because the effect of this Yao Dan was significantly worse than originally expected. It was hard to say whether it could really remove this curse. He would need to observe it for a longer period to draw a conclusion. Fortunately, Han Li was relieved that even if this pill couldn't completely remove the curse at once, it could prolong the onset time and even weaken the final effect of the curse. It wasn't in vain that he had gone to kill the beast and take the pill from the demonic valley. Half a day later, Han Li appeared in the closed-door cultivation chamber of the cave mansion, sitting motionless in meditation. Since entering the chamber, he had been in deep meditation. Now, he finally calmed his mind. Slowly opening his eyes, he opened his mouth, and a golden silk ball the size of a longan shot out, rotating in front of his chest for a while before floating motionless in the air. Watching the silk ball, Han Li's expression was impassive. He raised his hand and flicked it. A green spell hit it. A thunderous roar erupted, and tiny fine arcs shot out from the golden ball, then turned into a bunch of golden light flashes. All the arcs suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a small blue fireball the size of a soybean in place. As soon as this fireball appeared, Han Li didn't wait for any reaction from it. He opened his mouth again, and a strand of flame of the same color shot out, swallowing the fireball. Then, in the blink of an eye, it turned into an egg-sized fireball, shot back and was swallowed by Han Li's belly in one gulp. Han Li didn't say a word, and immediately formed a strange seal in his hand, closing his eyes again. He began to refine the last bit of Kyanlin ice flame obtained from the void sky cauldron. If he could refine this flame, he would be able to control the void sky cauldron without any hindrance in the near future. Half a month later, Han Li woke up from meditation, his eyes flickering. Suddenly raising his hand, he raised a finger. Puff! A small blue flame appeared at the tip of his finger. Looking at the blue flame, he kept his lips tightly closed and shook his finger slightly after a moment. With a flicker, the flame instantly turned into a slender blue flame snake. After a quick coil, it tightly wrapped around his finger. "Go," Han Li commanded. Instantly, the mini blue flame snake grew a pair of wings on its back. Flapping its wings, it flew toward the roof. However, when it was about to reach the roof, it circled again and danced around the walls of the secret chamber with extreme agility. Han Li silently watched the movements of the flame snake. After a cup of tea, he suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed it. Boom! The flame snake burst in midair. The scattered flames shot towards Han Li like a torrential rain, but disappeared into his body in a flash. Han Li finally showed a smile, muttering to himself. It seems that refining the Qianlin ice flame is getting faster and faster. At first, it took half a year or even a year to refine a trace, but now it only took half a month to refine the same flame. Next, Han Li tilted his head slightly and thought for a moment. He patted the storage bag around his waist, and a cyan light flashed before a small round cauldron appeared in his hand. It was only a few inches in size, but ancient and exquisite. This was the void sky cauldron that Han Li carefully stored. Looking at this cauldron, Han Li's face showed a thoughtful expression. However, he immediately tossed the cauldron lightly into the air. The small cauldron rolled for a while before stabilizing and floating in the air. Han Li rubbed his hands, and the blue flames burst out between his palms. A blue fireball the size of a fist appeared, but then 2 thumbs' thick blue flames shot out from the palms of both hands, just hitting the blue fireball. After a moment, the fireball rolled quickly. The blue fireball flickered erratically, sometimes growing larger and sometimes smaller, its surface engulfed in rolling blue flames yet devoid of any heat, giving it an eerie appearance. Han Li raised his head and glanced at the small cauldron suspended in the air. With a thought, the fireball transformed into a burst of blue light, shooting directly towards the cauldron in midair. A strange scene unfolded as the fireball not only failed to explode or knock the cauldron away, but instead merged seamlessly with it, blending together like water and fire. The Qianlin ice flame ignited fiercely on the cauldron's surface, causing the void sky cauldron to rotate slowly within the icy flames. Han Li stared coldly at the cauldron engulfed in flames, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then released a surge of powerful divine sense, enveloping the cauldron to carefully observe if there were any changes different from before within the Qianlin ice flame. As time passed bit by bit, Han Li's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Even after completely refining it with the Qianlin ice flame, the cauldron wrapped in its icy blaze showed no discernible differences compared to its usual state. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation once more. Suddenly, he raised it again abruptly, pouring his spiritual power into his eyes. Instantly, his pupils glowed with a piercing blue light as he stared unblinkingly at the void sky cauldron, examining it closely. Not long after the minking spiritual eye technique was employed, Han Li, gazing at the small cauldron, finally showed a change in expression, as if he had discovered something. Raising his hand, he pointed solemnly at the cauldron. A hint of green light flashed at his fingertip, and several fine threads of spiritual energy shot out, disappearing in a blink. The void sky cauldron shimmered with blue light. Immediately, it swelled rapidly within the ice flame's embrace. The small cauldron, originally only a few inches tall, expanded in an instant to a dozen or so feet. The illustrations of flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, and trees on its surface became distinctly visible. Watching the enormous object manifest in the air, Han Li calmly stood up, waved his hand towards the sky, and the giant cauldron descended several dozen feet, stopping a few feet away from Han Li's chest. After examining the cauldron again, Han Li raised his hand without hesitation. With a bang, his palm directly pierced through the blue ice flames and pressed against the cauldron's wall. A bizarre scene ensued. The fiercely burning blue flames suddenly transformed into a vortex of wind that soared into the sky. Then, the roar of a dragon sounded, and a blue serpent nearly 30 feet long materialized in the wind. After a few shakes of its head and tail, the serpent's head suddenly dove downward and disappeared into the cauldron lid with a flash. Simultaneously, the surface of the giant cauldron transformed instantly from light blue to a hazy blue color. The insects, birds, beasts, and other figures on the four walls of the cauldron burst into radiance, suddenly coming to life and moving unpredictably on the cauldron's walls, which was truly incredible. Seeing this scene, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but the spiritual light on his palm flickered incessantly. A few strands of green mist flowed through his palm, swiftly injecting into the cauldron. With a large amount of spiritual energy injected, a buzzing sound began to emanate from the cauldron. Under Han Li's gaze, ancient blue characters emerged one by one from the cauldron, floating into the air. After a chaotic flicker, these characters formed into a peculiar scripture about 3 zhang high in the air. Han Li raised his head to gaze at it. The spiritual energy injected into the cauldron by his palm suddenly slowed, and the characters in the air seemed to fade, on the verge of dispersing. Startled, Han Li hastily resumed injecting spiritual energy. The airborne scripture stabilized once more, emitting a faint spiritual light. Though not lengthy, the scripture was only a few thousand words long. Upon careful reading, Han Li's face first showed joy, but eventually a bitter smile appeared. It seemed unnecessary to rack his brains over anything further. This scripture directly outlined the method to control the void sky cauldron. The scripture clearly stated that to control this cauldron, 2 major conditions must be met. First, the cauldron must be refined with the attached Kyanlin ice flame, and second, one must cultivate an ancient technique called the treasure communication technique. This technique was specifically created for controlling treasures of the void sky level. Each ancient treasure had its own unique technique, and these techniques could not be interchanged between treasures. After all, each void sky treasure possessed unique characteristics and powers, and only by using a compatible technique could one unleash its full potential. Thus, the treasure communication technique completely distinguished void sky treasures from ordinary ancient treasures. Only ancient treasures possessing this technique could be considered void sky treasures. After cultivating this technique, one could seal the void sky treasure within their body and slowly refine it. Of course, this refinement was not like ordinary treasures where one merged their mind with the treasure. It was somewhat similar to a magic tool, temporarily storing the void sky treasure within oneself and using the treasure communication technique day and night to influence its spiritual essence. Over time, the spiritual essence of the void sky treasure would gradually change, becoming more compatible with the cultivator's spiritual sense, eventually reaching the point of unity between person and treasure. This was essential for fully harnessing the void sky treasure's power to vanquish enemies. However, due to the immense power of void sky treasures, when a cultivator used such a treasure, their spiritual sense could only play a supporting role. Therefore, unlike with their life-bound treasures which couldn't be seized, there were clever opportunities to take these treasures from them. Still, the new possessor couldn't immediately use them. They also needed to cultivate the treasure communication technique to alter the void sky treasure's original spiritual imprint. The scripture briefly mentioned these matters. Upon reaching this point, Han Li was initially extremely pleased. However, upon seeing the subsequent techniques, his expression turned ugly. This technique seemed simple, divided into just 3 ordinary layers. Nevertheless, just cultivating the first layer of the treasure communication technique required a cultivation level of mid-yuan Wying stage. Surprisingly, the second and third layers demanded cultivation levels of late yuan Wying and deity transformation stages, respectively, before they could be practiced. In this way, even if he managed to cultivate the first layer of the treasure communication technique, he would only be able to borrow a bit of the void sky cauldron's power. This was quite different from what he had originally expected. Feeling frustrated, he withdrew his hand, cutting off the flow of spiritual energy into the cauldron, causing the scripture to disperse and disappear immediately. Han Li stared at the giant cauldron before him, his face growing gloomy, lips tightly closed. Although he didn't know exactly how much power these slight abilities mentioned in the scripture could wield, Han Li didn't hold out much hope for it. Could these abilities still surpass his great sun sword formation and purple robe heavenly fire? After silently pondering for a while, Han Li sighed and decided to first comprehend the first layer of the treasure communication technique associated with the cauldron. Even if he only mastered the first layer, he could initially seal the void sky cauldron within his body and refine it slowly later. Thinking like this, Han Li swept his sleeve, and a burst of green light shot out, enveloping the giant cauldron. In the radiant light, the giant cauldron swiftly shrank and returned to its original size in an instant. Stretching out his hand, Han Li grabbed the small cauldron and then, with a flicker of spiritual light, stored it into his storage pouch. After completing these tasks, Han Li once again sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slowly, and the first layer of the treasure communication technique appeared in his mind's spiritual sense, silently contemplating it. This technique was not particularly complicated. Han Li estimated that he could fully comprehend it in at most a month. As for how long it would take to refine the spiritual essence of the void sky cauldron, the scripture didn't specify. It might take a year or two, perhaps even 10 or more years. Fortunately, the treasure communication technique would operate on its own once the void sky treasure was sealed within, allowing his spiritual sense to influence its spiritual essence autonomously. 2 months later, Han Li emerged from seclusion. The time he spent comprehending the treasure communication technique was much shorter than expected. In just over 20 days, he thoroughly understood it and successfully sealed the void sky cauldron within his body. During the remaining time, using materials provided by Elder Cheng and some puppet remnants obtained from the Void Sky Pavilion years ago, he attempted to refine a Yuan Wying level puppet. It wasn't because Han Li lacked materials for more. Rather, Yuan Wying level puppetry had an astonishingly high failure rate. Despite having enough materials for 3 or 4 puppets, he only succeeded in crafting one. This left Han Li greatly disappointed and somewhat vexed. There was no need to ask. Crafting puppets for the great Yi Divine Lord was certainly more complex and advanced than this puppet. The success rate for those would likely be even lower. Could it be that he needed several times more materials than originally planned? This was simply impossible. Fortunately, when he mentioned this, the great Yi Divine Lord proudly explained that this method of puppet crafting was developed by him personally. With his guidance, the success rate was virtually assured, with failures mostly due to flaws in the puppet crafting method itself. There was no need for Han Li to gather more materials. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, apart from the seclusion chamber, he first went to the forbidden area to check on Nangong Wan, assessing the situation of her curse. Then, he spent several days in his cave residence refining a batch of pills that would be greatly beneficial for core formation cultivators, which he sent to Mu Paling. Afterward, Han Li bid farewell to Elder Cheng and Lu Luo and set off to meet the appointment with Senior Jiang. Although Elder Cheng and Lu Luo were extremely busy managing resources and spiritual minds, upon hearing about Han Li's departure, they escorted him all the way out of the Yunmeng Mountains before bidding him farewell. This brought a smile to Han Li's face. Leaving the falling cloud sect, Han Li transformed into a streak of dazzling rainbow light and flew northward. The 7 Spirit Sea lay within the boundless sea to the north of Ziguo. According to reports, once at the seaside, it would only take a day's journey to see the Great Vortex and the 7 Spirit Islands. With Han Li's current formidable cultivation, even without exerting full effort, his speed was astonishing. 7 days later, Han Li appeared above the sea. Even before spotting the so-called 7 Spirit Islands, he sensed a remarkable change in the nearby sea area. Although the previously turbid seawater wasn't yet completely clear, it had gained a hint of azure color. Upon scanning with his spiritual sense, Han Li also spotted some small fish and shrimp-like creatures in the sea, though the ferocious sea beasts that should have been present were nowhere to be seen. Compared to before, The spiritual chi in the vicinity was also vastly different, confirming that the rumors were indeed not unfounded. After another half-day passed, Han Li finally sensed a massive spiritual source in a very distant location, obviously exuding an extreme vigor. Near this enormous spiritual source, there were also 7 smaller spiritual fluctuations. It seemed these were the so-called 7 spirit islands. Filled with curiosity, Han Li accelerated his speed by 3 points. Just as he faintly saw a black dot on the sea surface, a small group of cultivators appeared ahead. There were about 6 or 7 people, mostly Foundation establishment cultivators, with a nascent soul stage leader among them, a graceful woman dressed in palace attire. Han Li made no attempt to conceal his presence. Naturally, the group of approaching cultivators noticed him immediately and came forward directly. Senior, this junior is a disciple of the Hehuan sect. We've been ordered by several seniors to block this sea area. May I ask what brings Senior here? Could you please allow me to report? After the palace-dressed woman swept her gaze over Han Li, her face suddenly changed drastically, and she respectfully spoke. Block, it seems that Senior Jiang wasn't exaggerating. There really is a problem here. Han Li didn't answer the woman directly, but muttered to himself with a frown. Could it be that Senior is Han Li from the Falling Cloud sect? After stealing a few glances at Han Li, the palace-dressed woman suddenly asked cautiously, "Yes, that's me, Han Li. I came here at the invitation of Senior Jiang. Do you still need to report before I proceed?" Han Li replied with a half-smile. Upon hearing Han Li's name, the group of cultivators immediately became restless. Han Li's reputation in the southern heaven realm of cultivation was well known to everyone, so after the shock passed, these cultivators all showed expressions of awe and respect. If it's Senior Han, there's no need for further report. Senior Jiang instructed us earlier that upon Senior's arrival, you should be allowed through. Please allow me to escort you to Lingfeng Island, the palace-dressed woman said respectfully, not daring to show any negligence. Han Li nodded slightly, his face expressionless, saying no more. The palace-dressed woman instructed the cultivators behind her with a few words before leading Han Li towards the island. The distant black dot gradually enlarged, revealing a small island that was not very large, roughly about 20 to 30 square kilometers. Senior Han, this is Lingfeng Island occupied by our Hehuan sect. Tajian Gate, located on Lingui Island adjacent nearby, the woman explained cautiously, seeming to understand that this was Han Li's first visit to the area. Han Li glanced in the direction she indicated, but didn't immediately spot the other island due to the distance. However, in another direction, the enormous spiritual source where the spiritual chi fluctuated astonishingly was becoming clearer. With such strong spiritual chi, it was undoubtedly the vortex rumored to spew vast amounts of spiritual energy. Thinking to himself, Han Li continued flying towards the distance with the palace-dressed woman. An hour later, they finally reached Lingui Island. This island was slightly larger than Lingfeng Island occupied by the Hehuan sect. Looking down from above, its outline indeed bore some resemblance to a spiritual tortoise. Before approaching the small island, the palace-dressed woman had already sent out a sound-transmitting talisman. Therefore, as soon as Han Li and she arrived at the edge of the island, a beam of white light flew over from the island to greet them. Is it Senior Ziyang? Since Senior has come to greet me personally, I am deeply honored. Seeing the familiar streak of light, Han Li stopped and transmitted his voice from a distance. Senior Han is a trustworthy person. This Taoist naturally should come forward to welcome you. Senior Ziyang seemed very pleased to see Han Li, and his voice rang out clearly. The white light flew up to about 10 zhang in front of Han Li before the radiance dissipated, revealing the figure of the Taoist. Han Li smiled faintly and respectfully cupped his hands. Senior, please accompany me to the residence first. I have already informed Senior Wei Wuyan. The old eccentric from Hehuan sect has pressing matters and cannot come personally. Senior Ziyang instructed the palace-dressed woman to return while he turned and spoke warmly to Han Li. Very well, I will follow Senior's lead. Han Li had no objections and immediately flew with Senior Ziyang towards the island. On the way, Han Li scanned the entire island with his spiritual sense and inadvertently furrowed his brows. The island indeed possessed an excellent small spiritual vein, about 10 li in size. There weren't many cultivators on the island, but each one seemed to possess extremely high cultivation. Surprisingly, there were no low-level cultivators on the island as Han Li had expected, which puzzled him. Before long, led by the Taoist, Han Li entered a recently developed cave residence. This cave residence was located in an inconspicuous stone mountain, but was surprisingly vast and neat. After Senior Ziyang led Han Li to a hall, they both took their seats. 2 Taoists promptly served spirit tea. After Han Li took a sip, he began to chat quietly with Senior Ziyang. This Taoist, one of the 3 great cultivators, seemed uninterested in mentioning the reason for inviting Han Li here. Instead, he casually introduced the situation in the nearby sea area and the circumstances of the sect occupying the 7 spirit islands. He appeared rather indifferent. It seemed that he didn't intend to reveal any information to Han Li until Wei Wuyan arrived. Although Han Li felt displeased inwardly, he pretended not to notice and engaged in seemingly casual conversation with Senior Ziyang. However, just during the meal, Wei Wuyan arrived outside the cave residence. Greeted by the Taoist, he soon appeared in the hall. Upon meeting Han Li, they exchanged pleasantries. From the surface, Wei Wuyan's skin was crystal clear, his complexion rosy, and he seemed to have recovered exceptionally well from the severe loss of true essence during the battle in the demonic Abyss Valley. His vitality appeared exceptionally vigorous. This surprised Han Li. As far as he knew, Wei Wuyan had suffered substantial depletion of true essence in the previous battle in the demonic Abyss Valley. Recovering one's true essence to such an extent in such a short time indicated the consumption of quite a number of miraculous elixirs. Wei Wuyan was straightforward. As soon as he took his seat, he immediately asked Senior Ziyang, "Have you already informed Han Taoist about the situation?" Naturally not. Such matters are better discussed with 2 out of the 3 of us present. Since Senior Wei has arrived, it's better for Senior Wei to explain the matter to Senior Han. I will supplement as necessary. Senior Ziyang spoke calmly. Very well, then I will explain it. Wei Wuyan agreed readily. This matter is related to that ancient demon. The ancient demon. Wasn't it severely injured and fled far away? Han Li blurted out in surprise. That's exactly right. But don't you think the timing of this enormous vortex appearing is too coincidental? Almost immediately after we drove away that ancient demon, these anomalies started appearing in the boundless sea. Moreover, we discovered some concrete evidence near the vortex. Han Taoist should know that during the period when the ancient demon was finally besieged, it had massacred several cultivation clans and small sects. We later found out that these clans and sects were hiding demonic artifacts or were rumored to possess them. Among them, 3 demonic artifacts were taken by the ancient demon. Near this great vortex, we found remnants of one of these missing demonic artifacts, appearing as if it had been destroyed by immense power. Therefore, we suspect that the ancient demon first manipulated something here in the boundless sea, before we cornered it elsewhere, severely injured, and forced it to escape from the southern heaven region, Wei Wuyan said gravely. Is there something suspicious about this unexpected vortex? Otherwise, even if the ancient demon did something, the 3 of you wouldn't be so serious about it. Han Li pondered for a moment, probing. Han Xing, you've hit the mark. If this vortex was merely expelling spiritual qi and causing 7 small islands to emerge, we wouldn't be concerned. The critical issue is that we discovered this so-called Great Vortex is actually the eye of a gigantic ceiling formation from countless years ago. And these 7 spirit islands are just a part of this formation. Surely, Han Xing understands the gravity of this, Senior Ziyang sighed bitterly. A ceiling formation. What could be sealed that requires such a colossal formation? Han Li's expression finally changed drastically, a trace of shock creeping into his face. Although he had no idea how large this formation was, just imagining the vast distances between the 7 islands gave him a sense of its enormity. This is something we also want to know, but I have no clue whatsoever. However, the sealed object is definitely related to the ancient demonic realm and the ancient demon. This matter needs Senior Ziyang to explain. After all, it was Senior Ziyang who first dove to the bottom of the vortex and saw the situation there, Wei Wuyan said slowly. I have nothing more to add. After you 2 saw it later, the bottom of this gigantic vortex is filled with boundless demonic qi, so deep that it cannot be probed. It's only held in check by the 10,000 zhang pure spiritual qi in the vortex. If it erupts someday, it will surely be a catastrophe for the southern heaven. The entire spiritual qi of southern heaven will immediately change. I even suspect that the boundless sea might have been this terrifying before, possibly related to these demonic chi under the sea. The Taoist spoke calmly. But the current situation here, Han Xing has also seen it. The eye of the sealing formation has been damaged, and the spiritual chi from the great vortex is gradually leaking out. Sooner or later, it won't be able to suppress the demonic chi below. When that happens, at least half of southern heaven will be deeply affected, and your falling cloud sect, which is right next to the boundless sea, will certainly suffer greatly, Wei Wuyan said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Han Li was speechless. Since the three of you called me here, there must be a way to resolve this catastrophe, right? Otherwise, if even the three of you have no way, I will be even more helpless. Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly. If the demonic chi erupted, it would indeed spell disaster for the falling cloud sect. But the demonic sect and the alliance of righteous path would also be greatly affected. Only the Nine Nations alliance, seemingly distant, could appear to remain unaffected. However, if nearly half of southern heaven lost its spiritual chi, the Nine Nations alliance would not truly be able to escape unscathed. Sects losing their cultivation grounds would inevitably spark wars to seize new resources for cultivation. Therefore, Han Li calmed down at this moment. As soon as we discovered this great peril, we immediately searched for information everywhere to find a solution. As a result, we actually found some records related to this sealing formation. It's rather inconceivable. This matter seems to be connected to the great Jin cultivation world, Wei Wuyan said, glancing at Senior Ziyang with a strange expression on his face. Great Jin. Han Li was truly stunned this time. Do you know where these ancient records were found? Senior Ziyang smiled bitterly, somewhat helpless. Does it have something to do with? Han Li vaguely guessed something, his face showing surprise. It seems Han Taoist has figured it out. Information regarding this ancient sealing formation was found in a secret scripture of our sect, which had been lying dormant for countless years. We also discovered some information about the origins of our Tasian sect. In ancient times, our sect was actually a branch of the true extreme sect, one of the three major sects in the great Jin cultivation world. The reason why our sect moved to the southern heaven was actually to guard this ancient sealing formation, the Taoist said with a bitter smile of helplessness. Your sect hails from great Jin. This revelation caught Han Li off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, but that was countless years ago. Due to the passage of time, our Tasian sect has long severed those ties. Apart from a few ancient techniques, most of our sect's methods and traditions have nothing to do with the true extreme sect anymore. If it weren't for this incident, where I inadvertently discovered these ancient texts in our sect's hidden archives, this matter might never have come to light, Senior Ziyang sighed. Senior Ziyang, does the text mention anything specific about the sealing formation? Did you find a way to resolve this crisis? Han Li asked thoughtfully. The texts, while emphasizing the importance of the seal as our sect's eternal duty, are rather vague on the specifics. Fortunately, they provide a rough outline of the sealing formation. The three of us, along with some array masters, studied it for years, and finally found a way to repair the formation, the Taoist said solemnly. However, this method requires not only a concentration of high-level cultivators, but also someone to delve deep into the demonic chi and place an array plate at a designated spot at the sea's bottom. This is why we sought Han Taoist. Only with your repelling evil divine thunder can we suppress the demonic chi and avoid being corrupted, allowing you to explore safely, Wei Wuyan explained calmly. Han Li furrowed his brows at this. It seems you have had this plan for some time. I have only recently returned to the Falling Cloud sect. Before this, what method did you intend to use to place the array plate in the demonic chi? Han Li asked calmly after relaxing his brow. Wei Wuyan and Senior Zhiyang exchanged glances at this. It seems nothing can be hidden from Han Taoist. We did have another plan. We intended to use several antidemonic treasures from our major sects and concentrate them on a cultivator practicing repelling evil techniques, sending them into the demonic chi to attempt the task. But the demonic chi below is too formidable. This method had only a 4 or 5% chance of success, with a high likelihood of failure. But with Han Taoist's repelling evil divine thunder, known for its power against demonic forces, this task becomes much simpler, Senior Zhiyang said with a smile. I see. That is indeed a good method, Han Li said with a light laugh. Given the stakes for all of Southern Heaven, I should naturally agree to this. However, before I do, I would like to see how formidable this demonic chi is. I don't want to take on something beyond my capabilities, Han Li said, his eyes flashing. That is reasonable. The old devil from Heyuan's sect is currently monitoring the demonic chi at the vortex. How about we go take a look now? The sooner we reseal the demonic chi, the sooner we can all be at ease, Senior Zhiyang readily agreed. Wei Wuyan also nodded in agreement. Seeing their reactions, Han Li felt slightly relieved. It seemed there was no trap, and the matter was likely legitimate. The three immediately left Senior Zhiyang's cave and headed towards the enormous source of spiritual energy Han Li had sensed. As soon as they left Spirit Turtle Island, they turned into 3 streaks of light, flying towards the west. After flying for about 100 miles, they finally saw a hazy white light mass flickering on the distant sea surface. A vast, multicolored radiance swirled above it, resembling a massive inverted funnel, its narrow end seemingly connected to the light mass below, forming an extraordinary scene. Han Li was surprised by the sight. Under his spiritual sense, both the white light mass and the multicolored radiance contained astonishingly pure spiritual energy, surpassing even top-tier spiritual veins. This is the great vortex, Han Li murmured to himself. Yes, it is. The old devil from Heyuan's sect is meditating on a nearby reef. Let's go meet him. Senior Zhiyang pointed to a specific direction and said, sweeping his spiritual sense in that direction, Han Li indeed found a black-robed man meditating on a reef about 10 miles away from the light mass. It was the old devil from Heyuan's sect. As Han Li's spiritual sense swept over, The old devil's closed eyes suddenly opened, and he looked coldly in their direction before standing up. In a flash, the old devil appeared in the sky. By this time, Han Li and the others' streaks of light had also arrived. Hehuan, Han Taoist, has arrived. It seems we can soon repair the formation. Senior Ziyang greeted with a smile after stopping his streak of light near the old devil. Han Li and Wei Wuyan also appeared. Oh, Han Taoist's assistance is indeed welcome. With the power of repelling evil divine thunder, success is assured, the old devil said blandly, merely glancing at Han Li, showing a trace of coldness. Han Li was initially surprised by this, but after a moment's thought, he understood and smiled faintly. Repelling evil divine thunder was especially potent against demonic techniques, posing a significant threat to demonic cultivators practicing ancient demonic arts. As the leading demonic cultivator, it was natural that the old devil wouldn't show him any warmth. Conversely, Senior Ziyang had been exceptionally courteous during their last meeting, likely with the intention of winning him over to counter the demonic sect. Han Li shook his head slightly. Though a bit disheartened, he didn't take it to heart. With Han Li's current cultivation level, even if the old devil of the Hehuan sect harbored murderous intentions, Han Li was more than capable of defending himself. There was no need for excessive fear. Moreover, he believed the old devil would not do anything so unwise. Wei Wuyan had already explained to the old devil that Han Li wanted to examine the demonic qi. The old devil frowned upon hearing this, but nodded in agreement. Thus, led by the three cultivators, Han Li followed them toward the glowing mass in the distance. As they drew closer, the so-called Great Vortex became vividly clear to Han Li. On the sea surface not far away, a vast hole 300 to 400 feet in diameter appeared. Though called a vortex, the center was devoid of seawater. Instead, pure white spiritual energy continuously emerged from it, rising into the sky where it transformed into a large multicolored radiance under the sunlight, covering half the sky in an exceptionally beautiful spectacle. Han Li took a deep breath of the moist sea air, feeling the purity of the nearby spiritual energy, and was slightly astonished. This great vortex had existed for a long time now. If it released this much spiritual energy daily, the total loss of spiritual energy was truly astounding. Unable to see the depths of the vortex from the edge, Han Li decided to get a closer look. With a flash of azure light, he suddenly appeared high above the center, intending to peer down. The moment he materialized in the air, Han Li felt a tremendous suction force pulling him downward. Surprised, he activated his protective spiritual light, forming an azure shield around himself. With his profound cultivation, he managed to halt his descent after only a few feet, stabilizing himself without further incident. Han Li then looked down, his pupils faintly glowing blue. This scene caused a change in the expressions of Ziyang and the others watching from the outside. Brother Ziyang, if I remember correctly, last time Elder Ma of your sect, who is also at the mid-nascent soul stage, tried to fly to this spot without using any treasures. Didn't he fall more than 10 feet before barely stopping himself? Wei Wuyan asked seriously, turning to Senior Ziyang. Yes, that's correct. The suction force at the center of the vortex is formidable. Even we would struggle to maintain our footing without caution, the Taoist replied, his eyes showing surprise. Then there's no mistake. I've always felt that Han Taoist's techniques seemed quite extraordinary, significantly deeper than those of others at the same stage. Now that he has advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage, his spiritual power has become even purer, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. I wonder what main technique he practices to achieve such effects, Wei Wuyan said with a hint of envy. That's unclear. Although some top-tier techniques can indeed significantly enhance a cultivator's spiritual power, they are often either extremely difficult to master or have some major drawbacks. It's a case of gain and loss. I wonder if Han Taoist practices one of these, Senior Ziyang mused, uncertain. The old devil of Hehuan's sect remained silent, but his face darkened. At this moment, Han Li's figure flickered, and he reappeared beside the 3 senior cultivators in a flash of azure light. The spiritual energy in this vortex is indeed astonishing. The suction force alone at sea level is significant. I wonder what dangers lie further below, Han Li remarked calmly. Due to the separation by thousands of feet of spiritual energy, our spiritual senses can't penetrate to the bottom. To observe the demonic qi, one must delve all the way to the bottom. Although the pressure below is not as unbearable as we've made it out to be, it's still advisable for you to deploy several treasures when descending. Additionally, there are many smaller spiritual energy vortices within the main vortex, which pose a risk if one gets caught in them. How about I accompany Han Taoist for this trip? Senior Ziyang unexpectedly offered. Having you accompany me would be most welcome, Senior Ziyang. Immediately, Han Li and Senior Ziyang transformed into azure and white streaks of light, diving into the vortex and disappearing from sight. This left only Wei Wuyan and the old devil of Hehuan's sect on the sea surface. They silently watched the center of the vortex, saying nothing for a time. Brother Wei, what do you think of this Han Taoist from the falling cloud sect? The old devil suddenly asked after an indeterminate period, his tone indifferent. HMPH, Wei, must you ask knowingly? I can't believe you don't have a few reservations about him. He's already advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage at such a young age and possesses several powerful divine abilities. Once he reaches the late nascent soul stage, where will we stand in Tian Nan? The burly man in black robes said coldly. Heh, my view differs slightly from yours, Hehuan. Wei Wai glanced at the old demon Hehuan, smiling faintly. What do you mean, Wei? Don't hesitate to share. Are you confident in suppressing him even if he advances to the late nascent soul stage? The old demon Hehuan said with a gloomy expression. Suppress? Why suppress? I am the oldest among the 3 major cultivators, and in a little over 100 years I will be deceased. Even if he is a reincarnated true immortal, he won't advance again within a century. So even if he later becomes incredibly powerful and sweeps through Tian Nan, what does that have to do with me? Wei Wai, I said calmly. Are you willing to see all the efforts and forces you've nurtured taken by him? If you are willing to join forces with me, I could even make some concessions on certain matters. The old demon Hehuan squinted his eyes as he spoke. I'm not interested in meddling. Besides, Hehuan, don't you think it's a bit late to start plotting now? If you were willing to pay a sufficient price when he was in the early nascent soul stage, I might have been tempted. But now, although his cultivation level is still not as high as ours, his divine abilities are not necessarily weaker. I have no interest in making an enemy of someone at my level, nor do I want to leave endless troubles for my sect. Don't forget, it's almost impossible to completely kill beings of our level. No matter how meticulous the plan, there's a high chance of failure. Of course, if we could gather the same lineup that dealt with the ancient demon, that would be different. But in my opinion, it's best not to make any futile moves now. It will only provoke his enmity. After all, even if he does unify Tian Nan, it won't last long. Don't forget the fate of the cultivator, who once dominated the entire Tian Nan during the deity transformation stage. Wei Wai said with a slight cold smile. Hearing this, the old demon Hehuan paused, then fell silent, seemingly contemplating Wei Wai's words. Meanwhile, Han Li and Master Zhiyang had already descended several thousand feet into the vortex. Due to the pressure of the spiritual energy, they couldn't instantly fly to the bottom and had to descend slowly. Han Li had already summoned his blue light shield, forming a blue light barrier around his body, while over 30 golden flying swords transformed into countless sword shadows, rotating rapidly around him as he descended. Beside him, Master Zhiyang was even more impressive. From the beginning until now, he had used a single misty white flying sword, transforming into a rainbow that easily pierced through the layers of white spiritual energy, descending alongside Han Li. Han Li secretly admired this. These old monsters in the late nascent soul stage were indeed extraordinary. Thinking of this, Han Li scanned downwards with his spiritual sense. However, it was reflected back after penetrating only a dozen feet, having no effect. As for his clear spirit eyes, they could penetrate a bit farther, up to 30 or 40 feet, but all he could see was a white fog. However, the occasional spiritual energy vortices could not escape his spiritual eyes, and he skillfully avoided them in advance. His actions of predicting and dodging the hidden vortices naturally caught the eye of Master Zhiyang, who became even more eager to win Han Li over. As for the concern that Han Li might unify all the major forces if he advanced to the late nascent soul stage, the old Taoist had no worries. He was confident that Han Li was a dedicated cultivator in pursuit of the Tao, who would only focus on his cultivation as long as he was not provoked. Otherwise, with Han Li's abilities, it would have been easy for him to control the entire Zai Kingdom, let alone the Loyun sect. Moreover, according to reports from the Righteous Alliance's insiders in the Zai Kingdom, Han Li showed no signs of such ambitions. whether in the early nascent soul stage or after advancing to the mid-stage. This made the old Taoist even more at ease. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, Han Li estimated that they had descended about 10,000 feet and couldn't help but look up at the sky. The view above was still shrouded in white spiritual energy, making it impossible to see far. The enormous pressure exerted on his flying swords indicated that descending to such a depth required at least mid-nascent soul stage cultivation. If it weren't for his cultivation of the Azure Origin sword technique, which made his spiritual power much deeper than that of cultivators of the same level, he might have struggled. As Han Li was pondering this, Master Zhiyang suddenly reminded him, "Fellow Taoist Han, we're almost at the bottom, be cautious." Indeed, after descending a few dozen more feet, a milky white glow appeared below, dazzling as if it were a thick light curtain. Seeing this, Han Li slowed his descent and soon stopped about 5 or 6 feet above the light curtain with Master Zhiyang. With the assistance of his clear spirit eyes, Han Li could clearly see numerous tendrils of demonic energy writhing behind the heavy light curtain, appearing as a dark mass. This is the suppressed demonic energy. It indeed seems quite troublesome, Han Li murmured as he stared at the light curtain. Indeed, there's an abyss of demonic energy below, unfathomably deep and wide. To be honest, I once entered it myself, relying on my cultivation method with some exorcism properties. But I could only go about 100 feet deep before I had to retreat, knowing I couldn't stay long. The demonic energy is too potent in both nature and quantity for ordinary cultivators to handle. Even demonic cultivators practicing ancient demonic arts would likely go mad if they ventured in, despite potentially rapid increases in cultivation. Master Zhiyang explained to Han Li. Han Li nodded, staring at the light curtain, silently contemplating. "Zhiyang, wait here for a moment. I'll go in and see just how severe this demonic energy is," Han Li said after a while. "Be careful, Brother Han." Master Zhiyang had anticipated Han Li's decision, so he was not surprised. Han Li said no more. After a few flickers, he appeared right next to the light curtain. With a gentle tap of his foot, a foot-long azure sword energy shot from his toe, penetrating the light curtain and disappearing into the demonic energy. Han Li was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. The light curtain was a restriction effective only against demonic energy, saving him the trouble of using a secret technique to break through. Thinking this, the golden sword shadows surrounding him buzzed with thunderous sound. Golden arcs of lightning leaped from the flying swords, forming a large electric net around Han Li. His mastery of exorcising divine thunder had long reached an incredible level. With a few hand gestures, the electric net shrank and reshaped, sticking to the blue light barrier, forming a huge electric net ball. The flying swords then shrank to a few inches and flew into his sleeves, being stored within his body. Han Li's figure silently sank into the light curtain, facing no resistance as he entered the demonic energy below. A roaring sound erupted as the black demonic energy surged up. However, with the thunderous sound, the black demonic energy was dispersed, only to regroup and attack the barrier again. Han Li didn't act immediately, but stood still, watching the clusters of demonic energy being scattered by the golden arcs, only to recombine and rush at the shield. Han Li furrowed his brow, gauging the consumption rate of his exorcising divine thunder. He had some rough calculations in mind. After contemplating for a moment, he finally ventured deeper into the demonic energy. At this point, Han Li didn't dare extend his spiritual sense outside the protective barrier. The demonic energy here was so dense that it likely contained demonic properties potent enough to contaminate a cultivator's spiritual sense. He didn't want to suffer a major setback due to carelessness. His only reliance now was his clear spirit eyes. However, in the pitch-black abyss of demonic energy, even his spiritual eyes could only see a few feet ahead, rendering his progress extremely slow. After venturing only a little over 200 feet, Han Li halted and surveyed his surroundings for a while. A moment later, he decisively retreated along the same path. The exorcising divine thunder is indeed formidable. You stayed in there for quite some time without a scratch. Your reputation is well-deserved. As soon as Han Li emerged from the light curtain, Master Ziyang smiled and praised him. It's nothing. It's only because the demonic energy isn't being controlled by anyone, so it's easier to disperse. Let's head back up first. Han Li smiled lightly, his expression calm. Master Ziyang didn't ask further questions and nodded in agreement. Han Li retracted the golden arcs and released his flying swords once more. The two of them ascended together. How was it? With fellow Taoist hands exorcising divine thunder, there should be no problem in the demonic energy, right? Wei Wai asked unhurriedly as Han Li and Master Ziyang emerged from the vortex, revealing themselves nearby. It seems feasible for me to go in. However, before agreeing, I'd like to ask where exactly you plan to place the formation disc. If it's too deep in the demonic energy, I'm afraid my exorcising divine thunder won't sustain such consumption. Han Li replied without hesitation after a brief consideration. We'll discuss the exact location back at the cave. The formation disc is still with the array masters. We need to retrieve it and then have a detailed discussion before we can have you go down. After all, the formation disc is not easy to make and must not be lost, the old demon Hehuan said indifferently. None of the others had any objections to the words of the Hehuan old demon, so the group returned to Spirit Turtle Island. Han Li requested a private room from Master Ziyang to meditate and rest for the night, while Wei Wai and the others went to fetch the formation disc from the array masters. Early the next morning, Han Li received a transmission from Master Ziyang while still in the private room, summoning him to the main hall. As Han Li arrived, he saw Wei Wai and the other two seated together, engaged in discussion. Raising an eyebrow, Han Li walked over unceremoniously. Fellow Taoist Han, Please take a seat. This is the specific location for embedding the formation disk according to our research on the ceiling formation. Please keep it on you and memorize it. Wei Wai said politely as soon as he saw Han Li, and with a flip of his hand, he placed a pale red jade slip on the table before him. "Oh, let me have a look," Han Li said impassively. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip flew into his grasp with a whizzing sound. He then casually sat down on a nearby chair and immersed his spiritual sense into the slip. After a while, Han Li's expression changed. When he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, his face was completely somber. "You want me to place the formation disk so deep in the demonic energy. Are you trying to ensure I don't come back?" Han Li tossed the jade slip onto the table, raised his head, and coldly spoke. "Why would you say that, Taoist? Although the location for the formation disk is quite deep, with your exorcising divine thunder, it should be manageable," Hehuan Old Demon said calmly, without any change in his expression. "Really? Do you think my exorcising divine thunder is inexhaustible? Or are you not concerned about my return after the formation disk is set?" Han Li glanced at the old demon with a slightly angry tone. "Are you suggesting that your exorcising divine thunder won't last a round trip? But as I recall, during the battle with the ancient demon in the Demonfall Valley, you used quite a number of exorcising divine thunders. It shouldn't be a problem," Wei Wai frowned and said slowly. "Have any of you ventured deeply into the demonic energy?" Han Li asked with a peculiar look. What do you mean by that, Taoist Han?" Wei Wai was puzzled. Hehuan Old Demon's eyes flickered a few times, but remained silent. Master Zhiyang lowered his head as if contemplating something. "The deeper you go into the demonic abyss, the stronger the demonic properties in the demonic energy become. Consequently, the consumption of exorcising divine thunder increases. This conclusion was reached after I ventured about 200 or 300 feet deep. Although I have some exorcising divine thunders, they won't last long in demonic energy several thousand feet deep." Han Li interlocked his fingers and spoke coldly. "Is this true? Master Zhiyang, you ventured the deepest among us. Is this indeed the case?" Wei Wai asked Master Zhiyang, his brow furrowed. "It's true. When I used a secret technique to go deeper into the demonic energy, I did feel my magical power depleting faster than at the surface. I initially thought fellow Taoist Han hadn't noticed this, so I intended to remind him." Master Zhiyang sighed and nodded. "In that case, even if we sent a cultivator with exorcising treasures into the demonic energy, they might be fine initially, but would face demonic contamination risks the deeper they go." Hehuan Old Demon's face changed slightly. "Indeed, I wasn't very keen on the previous plan either, but since we had no other options before Taoist Han showed up, I didn't object." Master Zhiyang smiled bitterly. Han Li watched the three converse, feeling somewhat annoyed. He couldn't tell if they were genuinely unaware or deliberately being uncooperative. Nevertheless, this miscalculation gave him grounds to refuse the task easily. The hall fell silent. No one would willingly undertake a mission, knowing it was certain death, regardless of the reason. Invoking a greater cause to pressure Han Li was out of the question. Everyone present understood this. With their level of cultivation, none would sacrifice themselves for the greater good, even if it meant the whole of Tian Nan being affected by the demonic energy. They could simply leave Tian Nan and settle elsewhere without much trouble. Since no one else could enter the demonic energy and complete the task besides Han Li, the three cultivators were at a standstill. At this point, Han Li's eyes flashed, and he suddenly spoke in a softer tone. I understand this matter is indeed significant, and you three are in a difficult position. I might have a suggestion that could be worth trying. What suggestion? Please, Taoist Han, do tell, Master Zhiyang said urgently. Wei Wai and Hehuan Old Demon also looked over eagerly. It's simple. I believe I can manage to place the formation disk, but returning will be problematic. Therefore, I'll need to borrow the exorcising treasures you prepared so I can sustain myself longer. However, even with this approach, the risk remains significant. Hanley hesitated as he spoke. No problem. As long as the formation disk can be placed, borrowing the exorcising treasures is fine, Wei Wai said, delighted. Of course, given the danger involved, we wouldn't expect Taoist Han to take this risk without compensation. Isn't that right, Hehuan? Master Zhiyang added with a smile, turning to Hehuan Old Demon. Hehuan Old Demon hesitated, but then nodded. Indeed. Actually, we intended to give one of the 7 spirit islands to Taoist Han regardless of this matter. Give me a spirit island. Han Li's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, initially the 7 islands were divided among the major sects, but most of these sects belong to our 3 factions. There was an extra island that was hard to allocate, originally meant for your alliance, but since Long Han and Fang Bing went into seclusion, we temporarily assigned it to a minor sect. Now, since you're willing to undertake this dangerous task, it's fitting to give Spirit Turtle Island to your Falling Cloud sect, Master Zhiyang explained kindly. Is this really true? Han Li was taken aback. Han Li had heard that these spirit islands not only had superior spiritual veins, but also contained several sizable spirit stone mines, making them extremely valuable. Since the 7 islands are part of the Grand Formation, won't they sink back into the sea after the formation is repaired? Han Li asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. Rest assured. The method we are using to repair the formation is slightly different from the original sealing formation. Naturally, we won't let these islands go to waste by allowing them to sink again. Of course, the sects occupying these islands will have the obligation to jointly guard the sealing formation, Wei Wai explained unhurriedly. Since the 3 of you have promised such a substantial reward, it's only right for me to undertake this journey. However, once this matter is concluded, I won't be involved in any further actions, Han Li stated decisively after a moment of contemplation. Haha, as long as you can set the formation disk, you will have achieved a great merit. Leave the rest to us, Wei Wai laughed heartily, agreeing without hesitation. Though Hehuan Old Demon and Master Zhiyang had their own thoughts previously, they both felt relieved at this point. At this moment, Wei Wai took out a white, circular object from his storage bag and handed it over. Han Li took a look at it. It was a palm-sized formation disc made of exquisite white jade, with intricate and complex inscriptions glowing with spiritual light, clearly not an ordinary item. With a flash of cyan light in Han Li's hand, the formation disc disappeared, stored in his bag. Everything is ready now. When do you plan to descend? Wei Wai asked with a satisfied expression. Since this is an urgent matter, the sooner the better. I have rested overnight, and my previously depleted magical power has been restored. If you have the exorcising treasures on you, I'll head down now to set the formation disc. If we delay for a day or two, who knows what changes might occur in the demonic energy, Han Li said seriously. The three cultivators naturally had no objections to Han Li's words. The exorcising treasures, which they had painstakingly gathered, were indeed with them. They promptly took out the items and handed them over to Han Li. A jade ruyi with a dragon's head, a fiery 8-trigram mirror, a golden battle armor, and a small black flag. Han Li, without any reservations, tested the effects of these treasures on the spot. Indeed, each was extraordinary. 3 of them were items of extreme yang and flame, exceptionally effective against demonic energy. The black flag, however, was a well-known treasure of the demonic path. According to Hehuan Old Demon, although the flag originally controlled ghostly yin winds, it could also absorb demonic energy, thus providing protection. Han Li's eyes flickered as he examined the flag, pondering it for a moment before finally storing it in his bag, surprising Hehuan Old Demon. After securing the treasures, Han Li and the 3 left Master Zhiyang's cave and headed straight to the location of the Great Vortex. Several hours later, Han Li arrived at the bottom of the vortex without any issues. This time, he was alone. Gazing at the demonic energy beneath the light screen, Han Li clenched his fists, and with a crackling sound, several thick golden arcs shot out from his body, forming an electric net on the surface of his protective barrier. Looking at the golden arcs, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Han Li's mouth. No matter how cunning Wei Wai and the others were, they could never have imagined that he possessed 72 golden thunder bamboo flying swords. According to his calculations, these swords were more than enough to protect him for a round trip, or even 2 trips if necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to such a risky endeavor. The reason he bargained with them earlier was partly because Master Zhiyang had hinted at the benefits in the 100 workyard, and partly because he didn't want the 3 of them to understand his full capabilities, intentionally leading them to underestimate the amount of exorcising divine thunder he had. In the future, only the 3 great cultivators and a few Mulian divine masters could pose a threat to him in Tiannan. Han Li had to take precautions. Just like his previous entry into the demonic energy, Han Li silently descended into the pitch-black abyss under the protection of golden arcs. As the thunderous noise diminished, the golden light of the divine, exorcising lightning faded away into the darkness, eventually disappearing without a trace. On the surface, Master Zhiyang and the others were conversing. "Zhiyang, do you really believe Han's divine exorcising lightning is insufficient for a round trip?" Wei Wai asked, hands clasped behind his back. "What are you implying, Wei? Do you doubt my earlier words?" The Taoist's face darkened with displeasure. "Haha, don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. It's just that Han agreed too quickly, which piqued my curiosity," Wei Wai replied with a slight smile. "If that's the case, I can't be certain. But it's true that the deeper you go into the demonic abyss, the faster your magical power depletes. The amount of divine exorcising lightning required for a safe round trip is indeed staggering. I doubt Han truly possesses that much lightning. Perhaps he has another method to temporarily resist the demonic energy," Zhiyang replied calmly, his tone easing. "That makes sense. The cultivation world is full of strange and secret techniques. But regardless, if we can resolve this crisis, it's a good thing," Wei Wai said, glancing at Hehuan Old Demon. The black-robed man stood silently, arms crossed, staring at the vortex's center without a word. The three fell into a brief silence. 3,000 feet deep in the demonic energy, a protective barrier shimmered with golden lightning, floating motionlessly. Inside the barrier, Han Li held the jade slip detailing the location for placing the formation disc, examining its contents with a serious expression. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense and glanced around. It seemed they were at the deepest part of the abyss, with nothing visible in the pitch-black surroundings. Frowning slightly, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out a small, inch-long sword. The golden sword flashed as it left the barrier, surrounded by fine arcs of lightning. After circling once, it flew above Han Li's head, transforming into a small golden wheel, spinning with a peculiar light. Han Li made a hand seal and pointed at the wheel. The wheel paused, then shot forward as a golden beam. Without hesitation, Han Li followed closely, the barrier moving with him. After flying horizontally for several hundred feet, the golden sword suddenly changed direction, shooting downward. With a dull thud, the sword embedded itself halfway into something solid, stopping abruptly. Seeing this, Han Li's face lit up with joy as he appeared a few feet above the sword. Despite the darkness, the faint glow from the lightning arcs allowed Han Li to discern that the sword was lodged in what appeared to be a flat, large stone. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li raised his hands, pressing his palms against the barrier. The electric net on the barrier suddenly became blindingly bright, with several bowl-thick golden arcs shooting out, transforming into giant golden pythons that coiled and circled nearby. Within a radius of several dozen feet, the demonic energy was completely cleared by the golden pythons. Under the illumination, the large stone below was fully revealed. To Han Li's surprise, it wasn't a stone, but a platform resembling an altar. It seemed quite expansive, with its full extent beyond the illuminated area. Han Li was momentarily stunned. The place designated by the formation masters for placing the formation disc turned out to be such an intriguing sight. He quickly circled the altar with the golden arcs, getting a rough idea of its structure. It was a square platform about an acre in size, with ancient patterns engraved on its stone walls, clearly indicating its age. It must have been constructed by ancient cultivators. Returning to the spot where his sword was embedded, Han Li summoned the sword back into his hand. After a brief calculation, he flew towards the platform's center. Soon, he saw several white lights flickering in the distance. His interest piqued, Han Li sped up. Finally, he saw the platform's center, a shattered stone monument, lying in pieces with only a small part of its base still standing. Han Li's eyes scanned the fragments, observing the monument's remnants. Though broken, the monument still bore some indecipherable runes, and despite the damage, it occasionally emitted a faint white glow, suggesting it was made of extraordinary material. Could this be as precious as the golden thunder bamboo? Han Li wondered, astonished. Reaching out, he made a grabbing motion, and a fist-sized fragment of the monument flew into his hand. His hand enveloped in a cyan glow. Han Li closely examined the fragment. The dull gray stone appeared unremarkable at first glance, save for occasional wisps of spiritual light emanating from within that caught Han Li's attention. Han Li scrutinized it repeatedly, until a subtle movement of his brows prompted him to exert a sudden force with his fingers onto the stone. A bizarre scene ensued. Instead of crumbling as expected, the stone flashed with white light and unexpectedly softened, allowing Han Li's fingers to sink deep into its surface. Startled, Han Li exclaimed, "What is this? Senior Dayan, do you have any idea what this object is?" He furrowed his brow, transmitting his voice to Senior Dayan. "No, I've never seen anything like it. It's not surprising, though. There were many strange materials in ancient times, and no one could recognize them all. But why don't you toss one in here for me to examine? I'm free at the moment and could use something to study," Senior Dayan's lazy voice replied. Without hesitation, Han Li threw the stone towards a bamboo tube behind him. After a shimmer of spiritual light, a white mist shot out, wrapping around the peculiar stone and drawing it into the tube. Upon inspecting the stone earlier, Han Li had noticed traces of recent damage indicating it was originally a crucial part of a suppression formation, which had likely been destroyed during the incident with the formation. From this alone, it was evident that the material of this stone was far from ordinary. With this in mind, Han Li did not hesitate further. After sweeping the remaining fragments of the stone into his storage pouch with a sweep of Kinxia light, he unleashed several bursts of green sword chi onto the foundation of the stone tablet, intending to crush and carry away these materials as well. A series of booming sounds followed, but to Han Li's surprise, The green light flashed, and the sword chi silently disappeared into the foundation of the stone tablet, without any effect whatsoever. This is quite strange," Han Li exclaimed, taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, he redirected his focus and unleashed several more bursts of sword chi. Although the remaining thunderous, expelling spirit talismans were sufficient to support him for a long time, Han Li dared not linger in such a dangerous place any longer. He prepared to set up his formation array. A series of muffled sounds echoed out, and beside the stone tablet, a large pit nearly 10 feet deep appeared. Calmly flipping his hand, a flash of white light revealed an exquisitely unusual formation plate in Han Li's grasp. Without hesitation, he shook his hand, and the formation plate instantly turned into a ball of white light that flew into the deep pit. Using both hands to form a seal, the formation plate in the pit emitted flickering spiritual light. Han Li stared at it intently without blinking. After a while, the formation plate emitted a clear chime, followed by a thick milky white light pillar the thickness of an arm shooting up from it, disappearing in an instant into the sky. Han Li felt a sense of relief. Since the formation plate was functioning normally, it indicated that he had chosen the right location, and there were no issues with burying it here. With this thought, Han Li relaxed visibly. With a flick of his large sleeve, a burst of green mist surged out. After the fierce wind passed, all the broken stones around were swept back into the large pit. Using a spell, the previously bulging heap of broken stones emitted a faint white light under Han Li's deep chant, and the fragments began to melt and solidify under the influence of his mana. After a while, the surface of the large pit became exceptionally smooth and flat, as if there had never been a large pit there in the first place. After circling the original location of the pit several times and confirming everything was normal without any anomalies, Han Li nodded in satisfaction. With a few spells casually cast outward, he coincidentally struck several golden electric pythons lingering nearby. Several bursts of explosions ensued, and the golden pythons disappeared into thin air, leaving behind nothing but specks of golden light. The demonic aura that had been isolated in the distance immediately surged back. Han Li pondered for a moment. Just as the golden arc flashed on his protective light barrier, and he was about to ascend into the sky and return to the sea surface, a voice suddenly sounded in his divine sense. "Young man, hold on." "Senior, do you have any instructions?" Han Li was taken aback, pausing his movement without immediately leaving the platform. Since this is the location of the formation's eye, it should be the densest area of demonic aura. This demonic aura has been suppressed here since ancient times. Perhaps there may have formed several pieces of demonic marrow gems in this place. According to ancient records, this is the unique material used to refine a kind of demonic treasure. Explore inside the platform and the nearby underground to see if you can truly find this item, Senior Dayan said indifferently. Demonic marrow gems. A trace of curiosity appeared on Han Li's face. After a moment of thought, he didn't hesitate and slapped his storage pouch with one hand. A yellowish wolf-headed jade ruyi appeared in his hand. This was the ancient treasure that Silver Moon had once possessed. Although its spirit was gone, it could still perform a simplified form of earth-escaping technique. However, it could not match Silver Moon's masterful usage. If you need further translations or help with anything else, feel free to ask. With a low hum, Han Li's protective light barrier suddenly expanded several times in size. Then, a white light shot out from his sleeve and spiraled before landing in front of him. It was the snow-white little fox transformed by Silver Moon. We're short on time. Let's split up and search for that thing, Han Li said swiftly. A pale, golden electric sphere materialized in his hand amid thunderous echoes. Without hesitation, he threw it backward. With a loud boom, the electric sphere transformed into a net that enveloped the white fox. Remember, this divine thunder can only last for a short while. At the first sign of weakening, return to the ground immediately. I will return earlier, Han Li said solemnly. Yes, Master. However, what exactly does the devil essence crystal look like? This servant is unfamiliar. A pleasant young woman's voice came from the white fox, sounding round and melodious. The devil essence crystal is pitch black like ink, resembling a crystal. It contains a shocking amount of devil chi, making it easy to identify. The Great Origin Divine Lord replied before Han Li could speak. In that case, it's settled. I'll go first, the white fox nodded. With a flash of silver light, she disappeared into the stone platform. Han Li didn't waste any time either. With a wave of his jade ruyi scepter, a faint yellow radiance appeared around his light barrier. In the blink of an eye, people and barriers alike vanished into the platform, leaving it completely empty. Time passed slowly, and an unusual silence enveloped the vast platform. However, it had now become a realm of devil chi, with patches of pitch-black mist stretching out like the underworld. After an unknown period, a sudden thunderous sound broke the silence. Following a flash of golden light, Han Li appeared on the platform under the protection of his light barrier. Looking around, he didn't see Silver Moon's figure. After a moment of surprise, a hint of worry appeared on Han Li's face. But then he suddenly raised a tightly clenched fist and opened his fingers. In the palm of his hand, there was an opaque jet-black crystal, only the size of a thumb, delicate and exquisite. As I expected, the devil essence crystal really formed here. Your luck is indeed quite good. This is something ancient devil Tao cultivators dreamed of. Back then, it was an extremely rare treasure. The Great Origin Divine Lord chuckled before continuing. Is that so? Is this thing really that rare? Han Li held up the crystal, squinting at it. Now he finally had the time to observe this item. The crystal emitted no light at all, instead giving off a strange feeling as if it wanted to suck in one's soul. Han Li's heart trembled, hastily averting his gaze. At that moment, silver light shimmered on the stone platform beneath his feet. With a faint golden glow, The white fox suddenly shot out from the platform and plunged into Han Li's light barrier. If you hadn't come back soon, I was about to summon you myself. I thought you would return earlier than me. Did you also make a find? Han Li gestured to the little fox at his feet, and a blue mist immediately lifted her up to him. The white fox remained silent, opening her mouth to spit out 3 dark crystals, but it was unclear if they were devil essence crystals. "Well done," Han Li said, looking pleasantly surprised. Then his face lit up with joy. The white fox smiled humanly and suddenly disappeared into her robe. Han Li placed the 3 crystals together with his own, then took out a jade box from his storage bag and arranged the 4 devil essence crystals side by side. "This time we must leave," Han Li said lightly, and then the electric arc outside the light barrier trembled, followed by a thunderous roar. Han Li watched the barrier slowly rise into the air. When he came down, Han Li's speed was slow, but when he went up, it was equally fast. After flying upward for a quarter of an hour, Han Li finally saw the layer of white mist, but he hadn't used the treasures Wei Wuya and the others had provided to repel the demons. In the blink of an eye, Han Li passed through the mist and finally escaped the devil Qi. Turning around to look at the mist behind him, Han Li collected the exorcism divine thunder, and the golden arc immediately dissipated. But instead of flying into the air right away, he calmly looked at the mist and reached into his storage bag, where he pulled out an item. It was an incomplete green banner. "Huh, isn't this the Yin Luo banner from that day?" Silver Moon exclaimed in surprise, stunned. Although the demon heads attached to the Yin ghosts have been wiped out, the banner itself has not been severely damaged and remains a rare magical treasure. I've tested it before. It can absorb ghost chi and repair itself. And the devil flag that the old demon gave me before reminded me. Devil chi and ghost chi are both the yin chi of heaven and earth, and in some sense, they are also interconnected. With so much pure devil chi here, it's perfect to try and see if this banner can be repaired. "Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter," Han Li said calmly, and then a layer of blue light burst from his hand, instantly enveloping the banner. The spiritual light outside the banner was instantly swallowed up by the devil Qi, and the tattered Yin Luo banner finally revealed its true appearance, surrounded by a circle of devil Qi. Seeing this, Han Li formed seals with both hands and pointed them at the green banner in the distance. Originally lifeless, the Yin Luo banner now glowed with vibrant green light. With a command from Han Li, its size suddenly expanded, transforming in an instant into a massive green banner nearly 30 feet long. However, its surface was tattered and worn, a pitiful sight to behold. All these damages were caused by the might of the great Zheng sword formation that day. Han Li had searched the soul of the deceased elder from the Yin Luo sect and naturally knew how to activate the banner. Such heirloom treasures passed down through generations in the Yin Luo sect could not be bound by blood. So while the banner was classified as a treasure, it was also a powerful one that could be used by anyone after refining. Now, at Han Li's incantations, a large hole several feet in diameter appeared on the banner's surface, from which gusts of yin wind emerged. Instantly, the dense devil chi that had crowded around them found an outlet and rushed madly into the newly formed void, pouring in incessantly. Han Li was delighted to see this scene. Indeed, the banner could absorb devil chi. As the Yin Luo banner absorbed large quantities of devil chi, its surface rapidly began to repair itself at a visible speed. Before long, the entire banner was renewed, though its original emerald green had turned into a peculiar color, half green and half black. Han Li watched as the banner absorbed the surrounding devil chi, his expression flickering with surprise. Originally, he had thought that once repaired, the banner would stop absorbing chi immediately. However, to his astonishment, the Yin Luo banner seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing without pause. Nevertheless, he had also noticed that the green color on the banner's surface was gradually diminishing, while the black radiance became increasingly glaring. Seeing this, a hint of hesitation appeared on Han Li's face, but he remained rooted in place, observing silently from a distance. After who knows how long, after devouring countless amounts of devil chi, the Yin Luo banner finally emitted a deep humming sound. The hole on its surface suddenly disappeared, returning to calmness. At this moment, the entire banner gleamed with a glossy black sheen, its black radiance as intense as substance. Without hesitation, Han Li pointed a finger at the banner. Instantly, amidst the black light, it shrank rapidly and transformed back into a black beam that shot out from the devil chi, landing in Han Li's palm. Inspecting the palm-sized item in his hand, Han Li nodded in satisfaction and stowed it away. He would find an opportunity to test its power later. Having delayed for quite some time already, Han Li dared not procrastinate further. He immediately spat out dozens of flying swords, breaking through the spiritual energy above his head and ascending into the sky. As Han Li turned into a streak of azure light, shooting out from the vortex, Wei Wuya and the others appeared calm, yet occasional glimpses of anxiety flickered in their eyes. They feared that Han Li might have encountered some mishap, and the formation was not properly arranged. Upon seeing the azure streak fly out, the three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that the mission had likely been successful. Han Taoist friend, how did it go? Was this trip smooth? Asked the senior Yang with a smile. I have not failed my mission. Everything has been arranged, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Good. Let me give it a try, Wei Wuya said as he brushed his hand over a bag, producing a similar formation disc in his palm. With one hand holding the formation disc and the other manipulating the incantations, a few unclear spells escaped his lips. The white light on the formation disc flickered incessantly, followed by strands of colorful radiance, exceptionally bright. Excellent, the formation has been set up. Now we can send invitations to other cultivators to come and repair this formation. With this formation set up, we no longer need to worry about a sudden outbreak of devil chi. Han Taoist friend, you've accomplished a great deed this time, Wei Wuya chuckled, seemingly in high spirits. Now that everything here is settled, I will take my leave. I have some important matters to attend to. These treasures are returned to the 3 Taoist friends, Han Li calmly said as he tossed the 4 items that repelled demons to the 3 men, speaking in a steady voice. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Wei Wuya and the others who received the treasures couldn't help but exchange glances. Han Taoist friend, why rush like this? How about staying a few more days on our 7-spirit island before leaving? Senior Yang suggested persuasively. Since Han Xing has urgent matters to attend to, we won't detain you any longer. Farewell, Taoist friend. Wei Wuya clasped his fists in farewell. Then I bid farewell. After giving separate bows to the 3, Han Li emitted a bright green light and shot away into the distance. Half a month later, Han Li returned to the falling cloud sect and informed Senior Chang and the others about the allocation of a spiritual island to their sect. He then prepared to enter seclusion once again. This time, Han Li intended not to cultivate his magical powers, but to fully refine his second nascent soul. After all, with a second nascent soul, his magical abilities would greatly increase, almost equivalent to having an additional life. The Zhai Mu spirit infant, which had been used as the second nascent soul, had assimilated to the final stages. As long as he completed the last few steps, it would be successfully completed. To this end, after checking on Nan Gongwen's situation, Han Li immediately entered a secret room and began a closed-door cultivation lasting several years. Meanwhile, the immortal cultivation world in the southern sky had experienced several major events in succession, entering a stable period where various sects and factions were cultivating their disciples, entering a stage of accumulation and preparation. 4 years later, inside the main cave of the Submother Peak, the enchanting beauty transformed from Silver Moon awaited outside an unopened secret chamber. Yesterday, as she was using green liquid to ripen spirit medicines, she suddenly heard Han Li's spiritual message. Hence, today she waited here for Han Li to emerge from seclusion. The closed door of the secluded chamber, which had not been opened for several years, did not keep Silver Moon waiting long. Finally, with a creaking sound, it slowly began to rise. Silver Moon's bright eyes turned, and she looked up. But instead of Han Li's figure appearing inside the door, a gust of black mist suddenly blew out, followed by a deep, low laughter. Then, a cloud about 10 feet in size shot out from inside, heading straight towards Silver Moon in a flash. Silver Moon was startled and hastily retreated several steps, her floral countenance paling as she stared at the approaching object. However, the black cloud suddenly stopped, its surface dark and glossy like black silk. What is this? Silver Moon's thoughts turned slightly, vaguely guessing something. How is it? The second nascent infant has cultivated to this extent. It should be considered a success, right? The black cloud suddenly condensed and transformed, instantly forming into a small black-green baby about 1 foot tall, speaking with a human voice. Congratulations, Master, on achieving mastery in your divine abilities. Silver Moon smiled gracefully and bowed respectfully to the nascent infant. This nascent infant looked slightly smaller than Han Li's primary nascent infant, but otherwise had a similar appearance and demeanor. To fully refine the second nascent infant so quickly is somewhat beyond my expectations. However, after completion, it does indeed feel a bit strange. Familiar words echoed from the secret chamber, and finally Han Li's figure appeared at the door and walked out. At this moment, the black-green nascent infant grinned and shot towards Han Li, circled once, and landed on Han Li's topknot. Having two independent nascent infants naturally feels different from before. However, Master, as long as you get used to it, there will be no issues. Silver Moon raised her head to size up Han Li and lightly smiled. Oh, from your tone, it seems like you know something about the second nascent infant. Could it be that you remember something related? Han Li's eyes flickered with interest and asked. This humble maid is not very clear. I don't know why I just said it casually. Maybe I really knew some similar divine abilities in the past. Silver Moon was taken aback and honestly replied. Upon hearing Silver Moon's explanation, Han Li nodded without saying anything. However, the nascent infant on his head suddenly flipped its little hand, producing a small pennant, which he began to examine. This item was glossy black, and exactly the banner that absorbed plenty of demonic aura, the Yin Luo banner. Master, with the second nascent infant looking like this, could it be that you have cultivated demonic path techniques? Silver Moon saw this scene and glanced at the nascent infant again, unable to help asking. To refine the second nascent infant, it's natural to grant it some divine abilities. However, since it lacks its own physical body, it cannot cultivate techniques independently. I used my own body and the pure demonic aura from the Yin Luo banner to help it cultivate some profound transformations from the profound Yin Great Law. As for whether to truly give it a physical body, I am still hesitating. If the second nascent infant has a body, it is very easy to provoke a backlash. I have to be cautious. Han Li frowned upon hearing Silver Moon's question, then patted his head with one hand, and the nascent infant disappeared without a trace. However, Han Li's spiritual sense clearly saw that where his primary nascent infant was meditating in the lower abdomen, the second nascent infant was sitting cross-legged opposite, also sitting quietly. Master should be cautious. It is only natural. I have never heard of this profound masculine nascent infant technique before. Most other cultivators' avatar techniques involve dividing their divine sense or soul. More advanced ones, like Senior Zhen's divinity scholar, forcefully split the divine soul with powerful techniques. Silver Moon tilted her head, agreeing. He. Although these avatar techniques do not fundamentally enhance anything, they are equally useful in dealing with multiple opponents or for self-preservation. They are indeed powerful techniques. Well, enough of that. During this period, has anything happened in the cave? Hanley said a few words, waved his hand, and then asked casually while walking towards the main hall. After Master closed up for a year, Miss Mew successfully formed her Dan. Following your instructions, I delivered the Dian Feng Peiyuan technique and some other useful Dan medicines to her. Miss Nangong also remained unharmed in the prohibition, and the soul-sealing curse is gradually weakening under the influence of the fire-toad Dan. It is estimated that even without a cure, it should be possible to remove the poison in 100 years. Of course, this is just this maid's speculation, and Master should personally check on it. Silver Moon followed Han Li with light steps, answering one by one. Just as Han Li heard two good news right after emerging from seclusion, he was pleased. Just as he was about to ask some other questions, Silver Moon spoke again. There is one more thing that Master should know. After years of continuously consuming the nirvana grass, those frost centipede larvae with 6 wings should have grown rapidly and split for evolution. However, for some reason, these larvae have grown extremely slowly over these years, only molting once and not splitting again. Molting. Upon hearing this, Hanley paused in his steps, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. Yes, after molting, these centipedes seem much more formidable. Moreover, these past few days, they have become restless again, seeming to want to molt again. Silver Moon lightly bit her red lips and said with a slower pace, "Let's go to the insect chamber first, and then discuss." Han Li furrowed his brows and then continued expressionlessly. With a change in direction, he took the lead towards another passage, which led to the insect chamber. After a short while, Han Li arrived at the entrance of the insect chamber. He walked a few steps to a hole in the side wall of one of the chambers and looked inside. Before seeing clearly what was inside, he felt a rush of cold air hitting him. Wherever Han Li's gaze reached, everything was crystal clear. In the not-so-large insect chamber, whether on the ceiling or the walls, everything was gleaming with thick ice. On the ground, there were several icebergs of varying sizes standing tall. There were several deep holes the size of bowls on the ice, and several half-foot-long snow-white centipedes were coming in and out, wandering aimlessly. As spiritual creatures that had recognized their master through blood, as soon as Han Li appeared, these centipedes immediately sensed something. After a commotion, several of them flew towards Han Li from outside, while those inside the cave crawled out quickly, floating up and flying towards him. Han Li waved his hand, removed the prohibition on the hole, and then moved his spiritual sense. These centipedes turned into inch-sized figures in the white light, dancing up and down in front of him. With a raise of his hand, a palm lightly caught one of them. From the color perspective, these larvae still appeared snow-white, just as they did originally, but there were now 2 slightly raised small bumps on their backs, with no other visible changes. Han Li finished examining the spiritual creature in his hand and couldn't help but stand still, lost in thought. Behind Han Li, Silver Moon obediently stood to the side, saying nothing. At this moment, Han Li extended a finger, bringing it close to the mouth of the centipede in his hand. With a puff sound, a blue flame appeared on his finger. The centipede opened its mouth, and a thin stream of cold air sprayed out, striking the blue flame. Instantly, the blue flame on his finger surged several times, engulfing all the cold air within it. Han Li slowly closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. After molting, these centipedes have become much more formidable than before. It seems that there is no difference between splitting and devouring continuously. Han Li opened his eyes, shook his finger, and the blue flame disappeared. As for why they no longer split and devour each other, there's nothing curious about it. These ancient spirit creatures are all peculiar. Perhaps they can only split a few times, or maybe their bodies underwent some mutation due to the nirvana grass, losing this ability. Anyway, as long as I can continue to advance them with the green liquid, it doesn't matter, Han Li said indifferently. Master's words set my mind at ease. Silver Moon breathed a sigh of relief, revealing an extremely charming and sweet smile. Han Li ignored her reaction and instead turned back towards the main hall, speaking in a deep voice. After coming out of seclusion this time and resting briefly, we will need to make a trip to Dajin. Whether it's to resolve the malevolent aura on my body or to find rare materials, this trip is imperative. Moreover, even though Wanner's fire toad Dan is effective, I am still worried about unexpected incidents. It would be best to find the antidote from the Yin Luo sect to be completely safe. That's also why I painstakingly cultivated the second nascent infant. Who knows what dangers we might encounter in Dajin? I see, but with Master's divine abilities, there are few in Dajin who can pose a threat to Master. Silver Moon's lips curled into a smile, speaking cheerfully. Hee, the cultivation world is full of treasures and strange abilities. That's not necessarily true. Besides, I've already offended a demonic cultivator from the Yin Luo sect. If they find out, it will definitely cause some trouble. It's better to be cautious. Now I'll go check on Wanner's condition and see Senior Cheng and others to determine how much material is still needed for crafting the puppets and the 7 Flames fan. If everything goes smoothly, we'll set off in about 10 days to half a month, Han Li said. Yes, Master. This servant also wishes to see what the so-called cultivation sanctuary of Dajin looks like, Silver Moon replied. As Han Li and Silver Moon's voices gradually faded away, the insect chamber soon returned to quiet. Half a month later, a cyan rainbow shot out from the Cloud Dream Mountain and flew southward. Shortly after, some well-informed cultivators received a message at the same time. Elder Han from the Cloud Dream sect, who was renowned, had suddenly left Cloud Dream Mountain for a distant journey. No one knew exactly where he was going. Perhaps he was wandering around the southern regions, or maybe he had left the southern territories altogether. After a brief commotion, the cultivation world in the south quickly calmed down again. Han Li's departure did not cause any waves. The ancient sword sect, and Bai Kaiou Academy of Cloud Dream Mountain remained obedient, showing no signs of unrest. The Cloud Dream sect's position as the top sect in Ziguo seemed as solid as ever. Years passed, and some senior cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans passed away peacefully or continued their seclusion. Meanwhile, new faces emerged one after another in the southern cultivation world. However, once Han Li departed, he disappeared without a trace. For over 100 years, there was no news of him at all. A convoy of about 30 people was trekking across the vast grasslands. There were only 7 or 8 vehicles in the convoy, but the riders surrounding them were all young and spirited, some as young as 11 or 12. Leading the convoy at the front was an elderly man dressed in splendid attire, riding a chestnut horse. He wore a fiery red fox fur hat on his head, with knife-like wrinkles on his forehead, his face slightly purplish, and around his waist was a 3-colored ribbon representing his status as the leader of a tribe. They were now in the southern part of the Tianlin grasslands. This was a caravan of Tuju people on their way to pay tribute to the Holy Temple. The Tianlin grasslands was the Tuju people's name for the Mulan grasslands, as the Tuju people had always worshipped the mythical Tianlin beast as their guardian deity for generations. Originally, the Tuju people only occupied the southern half of the Tianlin grasslands. However, since they decisively defeated their archenemies, the Mulan people, in a battle 30 years ago in the central part of the grasslands, they have since occupied the entire vast grassland. Their influence naturally soared, and there were no longer any rivals on the grassland. Of course, the Tuju tribe was so large that the number of internal tribes was endless. There were small tribes with tens of thousands of people, and super tribes with populations approaching tens of millions, spread all over the grassland. Due to the numerous meritorious individuals in the last Holy War, many new independent tribes emerged. These tribes varied in size, some not large at all, with populations of only tens of thousands. The Azure Heron tribe, to which the elderly man belonged, was one such micro-tribe that split off from a large tribe. Although it could also be called a tribe, the entire tribe had only 70 to 80,000 people. The elderly man's name was Wang Lu, who was exceptionally brave in battle when he was young. During the Holy War, he had consecutively defeated several small Mulan tribes and captured many nobles, thus gaining his current status. However, now he could not withstand the ravages of time, coupled with years of mental and physical exertion. Although he looked only in his 50s, his body already showed signs of aging. It was now noon, and the elderly man looked at the scorching sun in the sky and then glanced back at the young children in the convoy behind him, sighing deeply. According to custom, tribes, regardless of their size, must have at least one immortal practitioner to be viable. Otherwise, in case of natural disasters or human calamities, ordinary mortals would be helpless. However, their newly established small tribe had no chance of attracting any immortal practitioners. Even the lowest-level immortal practitioners were unwilling to enter such a small tribe. After all, to immortal practitioners, the larger and wealthier the tribe they joined, the better they could supply sufficient resources for their cultivation. Some small tribes might have some low-level immortal practitioners, but these practitioners were either born in these tribes or had poor aptitude for cultivation, and the large tribes were unwilling to support them, so they had no choice but to stay. The Azure Heron tribe, to which Wying Lu belonged, had not yet had the opportunity to cultivate their own immortal practitioners, so in recent years, they could only hire low-level immortal practitioners from neighboring tribes at great expense whenever they encountered difficulties. However, these practitioners also demanded exorbitant fees. Several interventions cost almost half of the tribe's income for a year, making the already impoverished Azure Heron tribe even worse off. Fortunately, the once every 20 years enlivening day was finally approaching. Wying Lu, who had long been concerned about this matter, naturally could not let it pass by. He immediately led several young members of the tribe who had been identified as having spiritual roots and set off for the nearest Tianlin Holy Temple. Originally, the Tianlin Holy Temple was built to worship the Tianlin sacred beast, but after so many years of evolution, it had become a sacred place in the hearts of the Tuju people, specifically dedicated to cultivating low-level immortal practitioners. Each temple had several high-level immortal practitioners responsible for imparting basic cultivation methods. Those who achieved something would directly return to various tribes to receive their offerings. Those with promising prospects would be accepted as disciples by those high-level immortal practitioners for specialized cultivation. It was strictly forbidden for ordinary people who had not undergone the enlivening ceremony to privately receive immortal techniques from high-level immortal practitioners. Although there were not many such temples, only 60 to 70, they were evenly distributed throughout the entire grassland. Each was almost the center of a large area, surrounded by thousands of small and large tribes. The closer a tribe was to the temple, the closer it was to the temple. However, due to their small size, the Azure Heron tribe was allocated a very distant location. It took 3 months to walk from the tribe to the temple. Helpless, 4 months ago, Wying Lu set out with his team from the tribe. Speaking of the last enlivening day, although he had already separated the tribe, he was unable to gather enough offerings and could only watch helplessly as it passed by. This time, Wying Lu vowed not to miss it again. Even if the entire tribe had to tighten its belt for the next few years, he would ensure that his tribe had its own immortal practitioner. However, traveling with offerings across such a vast grassland was extremely dangerous for them. After all, offerings were extremely valuable to immortal practitioners, almost precious to ordinary people. Many unscrupulous individuals took advantage of this opportunity to rob weaker teams, and even some unscrupulous immortal practitioners might take action. Such incidents were commonplace during the annual enlivening days. It was somewhat safer for larger tribes closer to the temple, as they at least feared the temple's name and dared not be too reckless. However, for tribes as far away as theirs, it was extremely perilous. It was said that during the last event, a medium-sized tribe in this region disappeared mysteriously while traveling to the temple because their offerings included a millennium-old spiritual medicine. It was rumored that a high-level immortal practitioner from a larger tribe coveted this treasure and killed to obtain it. The temple authorities were naturally outraged by this incident and reportedly sent out their own immortal practitioners to investigate, but the matter seemed to have been hushed up afterwards. Therefore, although their offerings were now complete, the absence of an immortal practitioner escorting them had made Wying Lu, the leader of the Azure Heron tribe, anxious since they set out. With this thought in mind, the elderly man sighed deeply and couldn't help but look back at the convoy behind him. Among the 7 or 8 vehicles behind them, 4 were laden with offerings, pulled by carefully chosen steeds from the tribe. These particular carts were also crafted from the tribe's sturdiest red birch wood, known for their foresight. Of course, to avoid drawing attention, all the vehicles appeared worn out and extremely aged. Fortunately, these measures were in place. Otherwise, they might have encountered trouble long ago. Just as it happened last time when they encountered a small group of wild wolves, the convoy narrowly avoided casualties. However, to break free from the wolf pack, they had no choice but to abandon the 2 slowest carts, ensuring their safe arrival at this point. Although those 2 carts didn't carry anything valuable, they were filled with most of their provisions for the next 2 months. It seemed they would have to make a temporary stop on the road these days. Remembering that in another 2 days' journey, there would be a nearby canyon. It was seldom visited by people, and there might be some wild cattle or sheep that could be hunted for food. Thinking about this, the elderly man reached back and touched the hardwood bow hanging from his saddle, a pensive look on his face. "Hey, what's that?" Suddenly, a crisp female voice came from beside the elderly man, full of surprise. It was a delicate young girl, closely following behind the elderly man who spoke. This girl's name was Yingshin, 15 or 16 years old, a descendant of Wying Lu and one of the few in the tribe identified as having spiritual roots. Naturally, she was deeply favored by Wying Lu. Startled by the words, the elderly man quickly raised his head and looked ahead. Sure enough, not far ahead, amidst dense bushes, there were intermittent flashes of green light, indicating something hidden within. He distinctly remembered that there had been no such light in that direction when he glanced back just now. The elderly man's heart skipped a beat. As a tribe leader, he was no stranger to the spiritual light emitted by immortal practitioners when casting spells. Could it be that there was indeed an immortal practitioner intending to target their impoverished convoy? Wying Lu's heart sank, and he suddenly raised his hand. The convoy behind him came to an abrupt halt. Others also saw the green light ahead in the bushes, their faces showing signs of panic and vigilance. The elderly man forced himself to calm down, holding the reins tightly, standing still in place. But various thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered strategies for self-preservation. However, after a moment, the elderly man noticed something amiss. Although the green light in the bushes kept flickering, there was still no appearance of an immortal practitioner or any magical spell being cast. Wang Lu's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked carefully at the bushes. The dense shrubs were as tall as a person and impossible to see clearly. Tu Meng, go over and see if there is indeed an immortal practitioner there. The elderly man suddenly spoke after a few moments of contemplation. Yes, Chief. A burly young man from the convoy responded with a start, but quickly agreed and dismounted. He cautiously approached the dense bushes about 20 yards away. When he was only 5 or 6 yards away from the source of the green light, the young man hesitated for a moment. Then, he unconsciously stopped his steps. May I ask which immortal practitioner is here? We are from the Azure Heron tribe, specially here to pay respects to the true face of the immortal practitioner. The young man seemed to have some status in the Azure Heron tribe, speaking politely and respectfully, his face showing reverence. However, despite his words, the bushes continued to emit a shifting green light without any sound. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but glance back at the elderly man. After a moment's thought, the elderly man nodded silently. With a newfound confidence, the young man silently moved forward. When he reached the bushes, the young man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and reached out, parting the dense bushes before him. Ah, in the instant the bushes were parted, a cry of alarm erupted from the young man's mouth, and his body staggered several steps back, nearly sitting down on the ground. The young man named Tu Meng was full of fear. What's going on? The members of the Azure Heron tribe who had been attentively watching were startled. Some of the young warriors immediately drew their swords, preparing for any unexpected situation. Don't act recklessly. Tu Meng, what happened? Wang Lu maintained clarity of mind, immediately seeing that the young man was physically unharmed, only frightened. Chief, there's an immortal practitioner inside, but his appearance. HMPH, what's wrong with my appearance? Before the young man could finish speaking, the intermittent green light in the bushes suddenly disappeared. Following a cold snort, a figure strode out from within. Everyone, including the elderly man, was stunned and quickly focused their gazes. The person who appeared before them was a man dressed in white robes. He had an average build and wore the typical attire of an immortal practitioner, but his face was covered by a peculiar blue cloak, and several bulging pouches hung from his waist. He also carried a wooden box about a foot long on his back. I am Wang Lu, the chieftain of the Azure Heron tribe, paying respects to Master Immortal. May I know the esteemed name of Master Immortal? Wang Lu immediately dismounted upon seeing this person, bowing deeply from a distance. He dared not offend in the slightest. The other tribe members also dismounted and paid their respects. Azure Heron tribe, Never heard of it. My surname is Han. I was just cultivating my techniques inside. Why have you come here? The man in white robes swept his gaze over Wying Lu's group coldly. I apologize if we unknowingly offended you, Master, while you were cultivating inside. We did not know it was you. Please forgive us. May I ask which tribe Master Immortal is affiliated with? Perhaps I have acquaintances there. The elderly man explained respectfully, instantly relieved to see that the immortal practitioner didn't seem to have targeted them specifically. I haven't been affiliated with any tribe since I recently became an immortal practitioner. After a brief flicker in his eyes, the man in white robes replied indifferently. Ah, so Master Immortal is independent. Since you are also heading to the temple, the day of spiritual awakening occurs every 20 years. Master Han, I am certain you will not miss it. Wying Lu's voice expressed surprise upon hearing that the man was independent, becoming more respectful. Yes, I am indeed going to the temple. Are you offering tribute to the temple? However, why are there no other immortal practitioners with you? The man in white robes glanced at the vehicles behind them, seemingly interested. We are just a small tribe, the Azure Heron tribe. We have no resident immortal practitioners yet, so we... The elderly man explained cautiously, noticing the man's curious demeanor and quickly deducing that his recent remarks about just becoming an immortal practitioner were likely true. Otherwise, why would he show such curiosity? Thinking this, the elderly man's previous faint thoughts suddenly strengthened. Since you didn't mean any harm, let's consider this matter settled. You may leave. After a moment's hesitation, the man in white robes waved his hand, indicating they could depart immediately. Seeing how easily the man in white robes allowed them to leave, Wying Lu, who had initially feared the unidentified identity of the other party, immediately made up his mind. Rather than leaving, he took a deep breath and suddenly smiled at the man in white robes, saying, Master Immortal, since you are also heading to the temple, may I temporarily hire you? As long as you accompany us to the temple, I am willing to pay you 20 spirit stones for the journey. Hire me. The man in white robes was taken aback, seeming greatly surprised. Yes, since Master Immortal is also going to the temple. Why not travel with us? Without an immortal practitioner leading us, I am truly concerned we won't safely reach the temple, given the dangers on the road. The elderly man spoke sincerely. Traveling with you mortals would be rather slow, and you're only offering 20 spirit stones. The man in white robes didn't outright refuse, but hesitated, showing signs of indecision. As long as Master Immortal agrees, I am willing to raise it to 25 spirit stones. Without Master Han, our Azure Heron tribe, being small as it is, this is the utmost we can offer. The elderly man chuckled bitterly before speaking honestly. 25 spirit stones is quite a sum. However, shouldn't you first inquire about my rank as an immortal practitioner before offering such a price? What if I'm merely a first-level immortal practitioner in the chi refining stage and lack the ability to escort your convoy? Upon hearing this amount, the man in white robes chuckled lightly. He, Master Immortal is joking. Although I lack spiritual roots, I participated in the Holy War years ago. Based on the spiritual light you emitted during cultivation just now, you couldn't possibly be merely a second or third-level chi refining stage immortal practitioner. Wang Lu laughed dryly twice, saying, "Well, since you are so sincere, I will accompany you on this journey. However, I will first collect half of the spirit stones, and the remaining half will be paid upon arrival." After not much consideration, the man in white robes said after a little hesitation, "That's only natural. I will pay Master Immortal half of the spirit stones now." The elderly man was overjoyed at these words. Immediately, he fumbled in his bosom, pulled out a small leather pouch, and in front of everyone counted out more than 10 spirit stones, promptly handing them over to the man in white robes. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the man in white robes flashed a gleam of spiritual light in his hand, causing the spirit stones to vanish without a trace. This prompted a series of amazed exclamations from the young members of the Azure Heron tribe. "What, have none of you seen a storage pouch before?" The man in white robes spoke in surprise. "Please don't be offended, Master. These are all young people from the tribe who have never interacted with an immortal practitioner before," Wang Lu said somewhat embarrassedly. "I see." The man in white robes nodded slightly, then glanced at the several carriages and seemed hesitant again. However, the elderly man had often interacted with many immortal practitioners before and immediately realized the situation. He turned his head and shouted loudly, "You several, quickly clear out the best carriage and let Master Han rest and meditate inside. Move swiftly." Upon hearing the chieftain's command, some of the young men who had been secretly delighted about the addition of an immortal practitioner to their convoy snapped out of their reverie. They immediately sprang into action, unloading all the goods from one carriage and redistributing them to the others. The man in white robes did not stand on ceremony. Once the carriage was tidied up, he addressed the elderly man seriously. "Naturally, I understand Master's concerns," Wang Lu said respectfully with a slight bow and a smile on his face. The man in white robes nodded at this and then strode towards the carriage. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned and spoke in a cold voice to the still somewhat stunned Tumeng. "You've seen my face just now, haven't you? I don't want this matter to spread everywhere. Be mindful of yourself." After uttering these seemingly random words, the man in white robes calmly boarded the carriage. He lowered the curtain, blocking the view of the crowd. Tumeng's face instantly turned pale as a sheet. Even though the man in white robes had entered the carriage, he continued to shake his head repeatedly, too afraid to speak. "All right, now that our convoy has a divine master, everyone can rest assured and continue on our way. Mount up, we depart immediately. Yingshin, you stay beside Master's carriage. Attend to any commands he gives promptly and ensure you serve Master well." The elderly man loudly instructed the others to proceed, then turned to the girl beside him with significant meaning in his voice. Upon hearing this, the girl understood the elder's intention. She immediately agreed happily and, after mounting her horse, went to the rear. Meanwhile, the other young men continued to drive the convoy forward, constantly looking back and quietly discussing. While the tribe had previously invited a few immortal practitioners, they had always left immediately after completing their tasks, never affording them the chance to meet. Now, with such close contact, they naturally felt curious. Inside the tightly covered carriage, the man in white robes sat cross-legged, unmoving. "Han-boy, it seems your cultivation technique earlier scared that brat Tumeng quite a bit. I wonder if he'll have nightmares for a few days." Hee. A hoarse voice, tinged with a bit of schadenfreude, echoed in the man's spiritual consciousness. "Senior, is the 5 ghosts locking divine technique you taught me really effective? I don't want to turn into a monster only capable of killing before finding a way to dispel the malevolent energy." The man in white robes responded nonchalantly, deflecting the topic. "You can rest assured. Although this secret technique I devised was originally meant to control the risk of the great shift art going berserk, it is equally effective against malevolent energy. However, I must remind you once more that since you used malevolent energy as a conduit and invited the possession of the 5 ghosts, the prohibition seal encompasses not just the malevolent energy on your body, but also seals away about 80 to 90% of your cultivation base. Currently, your cultivation is at most comparable to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. You won't be able to act rashly with your mana. Don't forget this," the old voice lazily warned. "I don't need Senior to remind me. I'm aware of that. I didn't expect the backlash from the malevolent energy to come so much earlier and with such intensity beyond your prediction," the man in white robes replied with some helplessness. "HMPH, it's not that I made a wrong prediction. It's because you went all out against other cultivators before removing the malevolent energy, even injuring your own vital energy, nearly losing your life. It's only natural that the malevolent energy would retaliate earlier. As for the fierceness of the malevolent energy, look at how profound it has become on your body. Naturally, when it retaliates, it's far beyond what ordinary people can handle. If I didn't need you to help me refine the puppet, I wouldn't bother with you." After a snort, the voice continued leisurely. The two conversing were none other than Han Li and the Great Shift Divine Lord.